The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
You know when he's Mr. Tough Guy when he's standing behind the microphone.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it, come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. How are ya? Hey. Hi. What's up? I'm Alan. Thank you for showing up. Let's see what we can do to finish the week, shall we? Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Special thanks, of course, to our video producer back in the office, Hork Bork, who's doing some work for us. Ran into him in the kitchen this morning. The hard worker. Yeah, we call him the Swedish chef around the office. Mm-hmm. He was nuking a lutefisk back there. Man, does that stink.
It stinks so bad, but he does good work, so you gotta let it slide.
Really good, I'll tell you what.
Bork.
From the Twin Cities, Borks. Made all his way to the Buckeye State. Hey, there's Mary Santora, the pride, the jewel in the crown that is Berea, Ohio.
I almost just said afternoon white people. I don't know why
you
that's
can
what was
say
in
that.
My head. I raised my hand like I'm Cody.
Do that and then see what he comes up with.
I was like, what? Hi guys, no babies.
Co-opt. He would just say no babies.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Both would be factually correct.
My mind went completely blank and was like, afternoon white people. I was like, oh my gosh.
She comes in here, uses the studio, messes up my mic, and then wants to take my line.
Messes up your mic.
She had to
in that she moved it?
Yeah, it was just facing the computer so
contorted.
I could read. That's all.
Did she fart in there? Did she hotbox you?
I didn't fart.
If she did, it faded away by the time I got in here.
Oh, all right. Hey, there's Poundcake.
Mm-hmm. Happy Friday, white people.
Back behind his now fixed microphone, messing with your mic. I like that. Yeah, she moved it. What did she do? She moved it. Couldn't you just move it back? Yeah, but she moved it.
I like
okay, yeah.
Also, because I used it, it's not like I just went in there was moving things around, tilt the screen.
I hate it when you don't log out. Now I gotta log out.
I did log out.
I know. I'm kidding.
Oh.
See, I would like that very much if you just went in and started moving things and not saying anything.
Just slightly, though?
Yeah.
Just enough to be like, what's going on? Something different?
When I'm working in there, sometimes in the morning, I'll have to do something in his studio, and I'll go in there, and then I'll, because I'm a lights guy, I am always turning off lights. What I like to do is, I'll leave the lights on. So when he comes in, he goes, "Who been in here?" And then I won't say anything. I'm like, if I turn them off, he's going to think no one's been in there. If I keep them on, just dim enough, he'll come in. "Who been in here?" And I don't wear cologne or anything, so you're not going to get me that way.
No.
I got into work this morning, and for some reason, because with the way our building is set up, you have to use your key card to get to this floor. There's really nobody else in the building on the other 3 floors. And so you have to use your key card to get onto this floor from the elevator, from the ground floor or the basement. And so I'm coming up, and then I get to the lobby, and my key card isn't working on the hallway doors.
Oh, really?
To get into the hallway, and I'm standing there, and
you fired.
That's weird. But there's that thought in my head. I go, "This is how it happens.
You're fired.
This is how it happens."
And then we all show up to work.
I have
The
mine
three
in
of
my
us
wallet,
like, what?
and every once in a while, I'll put the wrong side of my wallet against it, and it's that exact same thought. I'm just like, today's the day.
Yeah, my wallet is a real thin thing. It's just technically a card holder, so it only has like 2 or 3 cards in it. So I'm standing there, I'm holding it up, nothing. I go, all right. It's like an N64 cartridge. You like blow on it or something. It's like, all right, nothing. It was so weird.
Did it end up working?
Well, I'm here.
I know, but I didn't know if somebody let you in or something.
Yeah, it did work, and that was the weirdest thing. So I'm like, all these thoughts go through your head, and I go, this is how it happens.
That still blows my mind that they just erase you. I know it's not always that dramatic.
I don't think they do that here, but we used to get emails when people were let go. We don't get those anymore because I think they thought that it would hurt the esprit de corps or something. I go, well, you know what else hurts the esprit de corps? When you walk back to talk to someone and they're not there anymore and you don't know why. So, we used to get those. You could tell the circumstances of someone's departure by the tone of the email, and this may be true for every business. It probably is. If somebody left of their own accord, they'd say, hey, today's the last day for so-and-so.
We wish them luck.
Want to thank them for all their accomplishments, blah, blah, blah. Right. If they get let go, they're like, we wish them the best in their future endeavors. Period. Send. And you're like, oof, I wonder what happened there.
No more Tyler. That's it. That's the whole email.
If you see Craig on site, alert the authorities.
That's right. Call an engineer.
Keep a lookout.
Yeah, right. So for a half a second, I still don't know why it didn't work. It's a fundamental. It's not a complicated thing. It's a key card. It's like magnetized or whatever, and So then it finally did, and I was like, oh my god.
There it is.
But I have known people who have found out they've been fired from the paper in this business, which is the worst way, or on Facebook or something.
Yeah, Twitter, you get on
other
there.
people are talking about it, and you're like, what? What? I'm not there anymore.
What does that mean?
Yeah. I finally got my email today that my Amy Acton bobblehead is on the way.
Hey.
I already did this goddamn thing in April when she was still running the show. From the National Bobblehead Museum in the depths of the coronavirus and the lockdown and all that, when everybody was running around, with their hair on fire trying to figure out what was going on, the Bobblehead Museum out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin was crafting a series of bobbleheads. And so they kind of started with the governors who seemed to be doing the right thing. So there was Cuomo, and there was Newsom, and there was Mike DeWine, the governor of Wisconsin, whose name escapes me at the moment, and Amy Acton, who was kind of becoming a star in her own right. She was the former head of the Ohio Department of Health. And then she got run out on a rail, I guess, because the Red Hats thought she was part of the deep state or something. Who the hell knows what's going on? But she was finally like, I don't need all this nonsense. I'm Audi 5000. Good luck.
I don't like death threats.
That's right. Last one out, turn the lights off. So I ordered it just kind of on a whim. I'm like, oh, that's kind of funny, cute, thinking it would be there in a couple of weeks. And I'm getting it now. She's not even in the gig anymore.
Does that increase the value of it?
For me, it decreases the value of it.
Okay.
But again, the principle of why I bought it is still sound. But yeah, I get the email this morning. Hey, it's finally coming. I'm like, when the hell did I order that? April 28th is when I ordered that.
Those are always fun when it's like your order has shipped and you're like, what the hell did I order?
I got something that I ordered from like the beginning of quarantine in like March, like the end of March. I ordered something and it was like shoe boxes and they were dirt cheap. And I'm like, I'm going to get these and see what they are. And they're such garbage.
Which means they came from China.
Yeah.
I ordered
so I didn't even bring them into my house. I looked at them like, these are not going to be good. And I just threw them away.
I'm a real sucker too, because you'll see things advertised on Instagram, and they're
That's
super
exactly
easy. Well, those have got to all be from overseas.
Yeah.
I mean, they have to just pay a lot of money to advertise on Instagram, whatever. I bought something a while ago, and then I got an email like a week later. There's nothing on the site that you buy it from. It's too easy to buy things right now online, by the way. Click, click, click. You've got your information, so you click, click, and it's whatever. Before you've even given it a second thought, you can order something. And I got an email a couple of days later going, hey, there's going to be some delays in shipping because it's coming by boat. And I'm like, this dumb thing I bought? So clearly it's from China. I mean, like Bill, I ordered the thing a while ago. It comes covered in Chinese characters, which is fine. I go, I forgot and now the American Postal Service, you assume, is going to take forever. The United States Postal Service, because of what's going on. So, but back in April and May, things coming from overseas, you're like, well, it's going to be a while because it's coming by freighter.
A couple years ago.
Like tugboat.
a couple years ago, I ordered a thing off of Instagram. It was like a compression workout shirt that was supposed to make you sweat more and therefore give you abs. It was stupid. It was whatever. But I bought it, and it was a thing from China. Completely forgot about it. I think I might have bought it when I was drunk, to be honest with you. And then it came like 2 months later, and I had picked a size medium, but it was clearly not like American sizes because this thing was tiny. Like, I couldn't even get it over my shoulders.
It's like a corset.
Yeah, I couldn't even get it over my shoulders. It was so small. And then I think I've worn it once since then, but it's essentially like when high school wrestlers would wear garbage bags. It felt like that. I wore it one time to the gym maybe a year ago, and I'm like, screw this. Like, this
and then you can't suck in enough to get it off. You're like, I guess I live in this now.
It was like my shoulders got stuck trying to cross my arms up, and then I'm like in my own apartment alone. I'm panicking and stuck in this dumb shirt.
Yeah.
This thing is ridiculous.
Why didn't you just use this if you really wanted to sweat rather than buying a compression shirt from overseas?
Because I was drunk and looking for a quick fix.
Huh.
If I buy this shirt, I'll get skinny.
What could be a quicker fix than this? I mean, they tell you in the song, I'm going to make you sweat. Mm-hmm. Just by dancing. He's just a squirrel trying to get a nut. You had to go buy a compression shirt.
I know.
When these guys could have sold you some hammer pants. All right, I got a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch, listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free. been wrong at least 11 times in his life. But to be fair, those were on purpose.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
(216-578-1007). If you want to join us live, 800-348-1007. 35192. Want to text me? AlanCoxShow.com. Find us there. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, Al, what's going on?
Hey, I want a question for you. If they came out with a Pelosi bobblehead doll, like a triple bobblehead doll with the googly eyes, would you buy one?
What age Pelosi? Because when she was young, she was a piece, boy. I mean, you can kind of see the remnants. She's still, I guess, an attractive woman, but like when they show those old Pelosi pictures, man, she's foxy.
No, man, it's got to be the new one.
New Pelosi?
The old age, crazy
I
one.
don't, I mean, I like Nancy Pelosi. I don't, but Amy Acton did something to me. I mean, you know, I don't, no, I wouldn't buy a Nancy Pelosi bobblehead. I'm sure they have them. I think for a while they were rolling out every possible person they could from these bobblehead things. But
what about the triple eyeball one, where she's going all googly and where the eyeballs are rolling at the same time?
I don't know what that is. What's a triple eyeball?
Both the eyeballs are rolling at the same time the head's rolling.
Now, these aren't googly eye bobbleheads. These are just like they cast them in plaster, like regular bobbleheads. Probably a spring.
I know what you're saying, but they make a triple one where it's Pelosi, and then her head's bobbling, and then the eyeballs rotate the opposite way or something. You know what I'm saying?
I guess, yeah. I don't think I've ever seen a googly eye bobblehead.
Well, it'd be kind of a cool idea. There you go. You can market that one.
Well, email the National Bobblehead Museum in Milwaukee, Al. See what they come back with.
All right, I'll do that. You guys have a great afternoon. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, sir. There's Al. I don't think I've ever seen a googly eye bobblehead.
Sure they exist.
Alan, I'm surprised Mary's there today as she locked in her keys in her car again. Did you lock your keys in your car again?
Yes.
Well, that's a new one.
You usually lock yourself out of your apartment.
Well, because my keys are either in my apartment or in my trunk, usually. But this time I
thought you were going to have
I have keys made to my house. No, okay. So I'm driving. We're driving down to Tennessee tomorrow. So I went and got all my stuff done today. I got my I got an oil change. I got a car wash. I did all that, right? And then I was cleaning the inside of the car.
Driving your car?
Yeah.
Not his.
My car's nicer than his.
Okay.
And better on gas and yada yada. So I was like Windexing the windshield and things like that on the inside and just wiping everything down because it was dusty. And I didn't think that, I don't know why I didn't think that if I shut my door it would just automatically lock because I don't know. I shut the door and it locked and my keys were sitting on the front seat.
A lot of cars have a thing set in
That's
place
what I
now.
thought.
They won't do that.
And it's a 2017, so I figured, I was like, it won't lock. It'll know. I don't know.
My car won't lock, but I always reflexively hit unlock. I mean, I always have my keys on me, but I always reflexively hit unlock. Like if I get out of the car and shut the door and I'm going around to get Nora out of her seat,
yeah,
I always hit unlock because I'm like...
I'll hit unlock, or if I'm like cleaning out my car and my keys are in it or something like that, I will put a window down.
See, now that makes sense, but I was cleaning the windows. I was Windexing the inside of the windows.
Oh, the double-edged sword there.
So, like, because I had all of the doors open, wiped everything down, and then I was doing the windows and shutting the doors as I was done. So I got down to the passenger one, I was done, shut the door, and then I looked and my keys were in there. I was like, damn it. And so I went upstairs. I was like, okay, I have
your
a spare key.
So not really a story, right?
Not really a story. I have my spare key for my old car. I have a spare key for the car that I got rid of 2.5 years ago. Don't have a spare key for this car. So I called...
They didn't give you 2 keys when you bought it.
I called the dealership.
Yeah.
The guy who sold it to me, and I've been buying cars from him.
This is all this morning?
This was all at about 9 o'clock this morning, because I got up at like 7 to do everything I needed to do.
Your story is stressing me out, and it wasn't even me.
So I called the guy that I bought the car from, and I was like, hey, Joe, locked myself out of my car, went to go check for a spare key, and I don't have one. I don't think you guys ever gave me one. And he was like, oh, you got the Kia Forte, right? And I was like, yeah. He goes, oh, yeah, well, we bought it from an auction, and they only had one set of keys. So I was like, so there's just no spare key? And he's like, no. And like, he
As
was
is.
Just, yeah, basically. I mean, I didn't ask at the time. I didn't think anything of it.
I mean, you can buy a replacement fob.
Yeah.
To get you in the car.
Well, and he suggested a couple places. It's down near Akron where I bought it in Cuyahoga Falls. So he's like, there's a place here that you can get it made. The dealership, if you go to a Kia dealership, is going to cost you like $250 to get another thing made. He's like, there's a place down here that'll do it for like $125. But still, even then, I was like, well, that kind of sucks. I was aggravated.
You
so
should
I had
have
to
tracked
call.
down your old car, showed him the key, and then just driven that off.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
And
I'm
so
going
then-
to Tennessee tomorrow. I'll bring it back on Monday.
I need the car. But then I have roadside assistance with my insurance. So I just went on the app and the guy came. But it was a dude who pulled up in his own car. It wasn't like a service. It was just a guy who got out of his car in a T-shirt and jeans.
Everybody's on their own now. Their own car. They're in their house working. They're on, you have a business meeting. They're in front of their fireplace. Everyone's on their own now.
Well, because he pulled up in a car I didn't recognize, and there's only 6 units in my apartment building, so I recognized all the cars, and he kind of looked, and he's parked right behind me. He goes, hey, did you lock yourself out? And I was just like, who is this guy?
Are you my Uber driver? Because I didn't call an Uber.
Yes, it's very, very weird. But he had the little, it looks like the thing that they take your blood pressure with. You know what I'm talking about?
It's like
the
a
cuff.
It looks exactly like that. It had a little blue ball on it, and he shoved it in the door, blew it up with air,
it's
and
a
then
little inflatable pouch.
yeah,
Wait, he used like a regular Slim Jim to get into your car?
he puffed it up. He put that thing in the wedge,
And then the metal Slim
and then
Jim?
he had a metal Slim Jim. And that's why I was like, this. I mean, but I went through the Geico app, so this is the guy they assigned to me. And
He's
then,
like, no, GUY-Co. I'm the guy.
right.
No, that's what they usually do. I've
I
been locked
expected
out
a
of my car
service
before.
to show up, someone's towing service or something like that. But it was just a guy in his car.
This was Jim's towing service.
Right.
He probably works for a towing service, but he's like, well, this is just a lock, so
Yeah.
I'm not going to take the whole truck out. I'll just take
Oh,
my
maybe,
car.
yeah. So it was 30 seconds, and I got back into my car, and I finished doing what I needed to do. I almost shut my keys in it again because I finished cleaning the
Why
windows.
don't you just, my keys are on a carabiner, so they're always on my belt loop.
Well, I have
Always.
them on a tiny little wallet that I stick in my back pocket.
Yeah.
But I had taken it out because it was jangling around, and I'm cleaning the inside of the car, so I didn't want it knocking everywhere.
All I'm saying is that clearly there are some issues you've got with key retention.
There is, and I don't understand. Because then I was so aggravated that I was like, I finally took care of getting spare keys made, and now this one is out of my control. It didn't even come with the second one, so this one is, it's my fault I locked them in there.
Alan, I'm starting to think Mary might be stupid.
Yeah, well.
That might be a little harsh. Forgetful, maybe?
Forgetful.
Absent-minded.
I want to say clumsy, but that's not the right word.
I would say you're
Not
preoccupied.
Flaky.
Yeah, I had a lot going on. I'm
Yeah.
trying to get everything done that I needed to get done, and
I don't think that makes you stupid. I think it makes you just
scatterbrained.
scatterbrained. Yeah, that's a good one.
I had a list in my head, and I was checking things off. And
Scatterbrain, great band. Here Comes Trouble.
Yeah.
Fantastic album.
Yeah,
Look into it.
but I got them out, so everything's good.
Are you going to find another fob?
I'm gonna have to.
So this
yeah.
doesn't happen again? You don't want
Yeah.
that guy knowing where you live.
Right.
He knows now, but...
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna take care of that when I get back.
What happens if this happens while you're on your trip?
Well, my car insurance is national, so I would assume the roadside assistance works anywhere, right?
Yes, as long as you are on the roadside,
Yeah.
they can assist you.
Right.
Yeah, as I understand it, that's correct.
And it's the figurative roadside because you're in your garage.
I was in my parking lot.
Yeah,
yes.
parking lot, yeah.
Do you guys? I'm sorry, you've got to be on the roadside for me to get over there. That's why I'm here. They couldn't send an official truck. They sent a guy. I'm the
Right.
driveway guy. Roadside assistance is for other people. Hey, I've got $1,000 here to give to you. A shot for you to go fund yourself. Good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. Go fund yourself. It's time for your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword LOVE to the number 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's LOVE to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
A couple of sad stories in the rock and roll world have come to my attention. One of them is that Stella's Music Club downtown is closing for good. A special place in our hearts because for a few years we would do the Alan Cox Show Tribe Home Opener show there.
Yeah, we did the perm reveal.
Right, the Bill Squire perm reveal.
I got my perm.
I played their drums.
Yeah.
I was there for that. Yeah.
Stella's Music Club is right downtown across from Progressive Field. They are the first independent music venue casualty in Cleveland. We had Kathy from the Grog Shop on a couple of weeks ago talking about that Save Our Stages thing they're trying to do. All these independent venues, unless they get some kind of help, are going to be gone forever because of the pandemic, and Stella's Music Club is no more. They weren't there that long. Like that corner there used to be, when I first came to Cleveland, I think they had just closed Alice Cooper's Cooperstown.
Correct.
And then it became the Brickstone Tavern was
Correct.
next door.
Yep.
And then Stella's was right next door. And they had a great setup there for music.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
Stella's is shutting their doors.
Raggedy Dead Ann. Remember how much you liked that girl?
Right.
Dude, she creeped me out so much.
Is she still Raggedy Dead Ann?
I think so.
She's freaking me out.
And I was super hungover that day. That was
Do
2018. No, so I was like already in a foggy brain, kind of. And then when she showed up, I was like, "What is this real? What's happening right now? I don't have the energy."
Oh yeah, I think you sat there kind of transfixed and scared at the same time.
You were creeped out, and then the voice.
Creeped out. Yes, the voice and that laugh. She freaked me out. I could feel myself staring at her like a little kid with like my face kind of clenched back and my eyes all wide.
Yeah.
What are you?
before Botched, he did this show called The Swan. Anybody remember The Swan?
I was obsessed with The Swan.
Terry Dubrow was on that, and I was like, at the time I go, I wonder if that name is not that common. I wonder if he's connected to Kevin Dubrow at all, and it's his brother, and then they look exactly alike. But anyway,
talk about a show that couldn't exist now, or
The
they're like,
Swan? It could
look
barely
at these
exist
ugly
then.
women.
Right, they were just hanging on then.
Yeah.
Right.
Look at this trash bag that wants to be pretty. She can't do it herself. So we gotta get a surgeon in
Listen
here.
to her cry because she's fat. Like, that's what that whole show was.
Listen, mate,
No matter how much weight she loses, her face will be that face.
But they weren't dragging women into that
No,
show. They had
people
a
applied for
line
it.
down the block of women wanting to get on that show.
When they would do the reveal and everyone would cry and be like, "You're so gorgeous." Like, it hurt, I felt like, for them to be like so superficial about it. There was always the one friend who was
I have
like,
a feeling they'll get over it once
I
they get
know.
used to everybody telling them how amazing they
like,
look.
there was always a friend or an aunt who was like, "You were beautiful the whole time, but now with that nose."
But
you
not
know?
physically.
Yeah, nobody wanted to date the inner me. Now they want to date me. I'm just looking for a rich guy, and this will help. I'll get over the whole, you're beautiful on the inside thing.
What was the other one that I Married a Millionaire, where they got married on TV on an episode?
Oh, I never saw that.
Like, that was like the show. It was like a special, and they like
Not Joe Millionaire.
I
don't
remember
think it was
that
Joe
one.
Millionaire. I think it was like
He was really a construction
So
worker.
I Married a Millionaire or something like that. Maybe it's,
The girls were so pissed. He like told the last two or something like, "Hey, I'm not actually a millionaire. I work in construction. I make $40,000 a year." The one girl was just, I specifically remember them being like appalled at the fact that he was just a regular dude.
Well, yeah, because they were like, we want to see if you'll fall in love with the real guy. It's like,
Right.
You're not having anybody audition to get on a show to date a real guy. They think they're dating a millionaire.
He's like good looking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Evan Marriott was the
Mm-hmm.
guy, yeah. I think my wife knows that guy because she worked in reality TV for so long. But they only did one season of that, I think, because there was so much outcry about that show. No, I watched the reality shows. My brief dalliance with reality shows, the ones that I watched didn't last very long. I liked one called Tool Academy, where these douchebags
I
and their
remember that
girlfriends
one.
were put in this house to try to teach them how to be sensitive dudes. I liked Beauty and the Geek.
I
Where
think
they would
I remember
they would take the
that.
hot girls and the uber nerds and they'd put them on teams and have them figure out stuff, and then like even it was an afterthought. They were like, maybe they'll fall in love. What the hell do I know?
There was a show called Megan Wants a Millionaire, and one of the contestants on that show, they actually cut it short because it was only in one season. They cut it short because one of the millionaires was caught up in like some mob stuff, and someone got murdered. And
Yeah, they found the guy on the show. They found his wife in a suitcase or
Yep.
something.
Oh my
yeah.
God.
Mhm. So they found out one of the contestants. So they just were like, "This is bad PR." They just
We
pulled
gotta
him.
quit. I remember that Beauty and the Geek one where it was like they had to work together in teams or whatever.
I remember before that show was on, that Megan Wants a Millionaire. That girl Megan Hauserman was doing. She's almost 40 now, but she was doing press because she was on Beauty and the Geek. So I had seen her on that show. So she kind of spun off from that, and then Megan Wants a Millionaire. And I remember she was doing press before any of that stuff blew up. And I think she was on Rock of Love too.
She
So
was.
she had made the rounds.
That's how I knew who she was.
Right. And I think because I was still on in Chicago, and I think she was a local girl. So that's how and she came on the show to pimp what was coming. This girl is the dumbest
remember
person
her.
I have ever. I mean, I'm telling you,
She
even
seemed
for
like it.
even for reality television, she was so ridiculously dumb. And I wanted to I wasn't giving her a hard time really. I was just playing along. But holy Christ, was she a dope?
But she was hot.
She was. Listen, ain't nobody that hot to be that dumb. Everybody
How
hot.
dumb we talking?
Dumb.
What'd you ask her?
I don't remember. I just remember what stuck with me was how interminable the segment was because it was so hard. I think maybe she was trying to play a role or something, but she wasn't playing dumb.
She was trying to be the Paris Hilton, but the broke Paris
I don't know
Hilton.
what she was doing, but she was, and now she's married and she's got kids or whatever. But man,
My one friend's boyfriend does the dumbest things I think I've ever heard. And there have been multiple phone conversations where I have to ask her, I'm like, does he not care, or is he the stupidest person
is
on
he
the
mentally
planet?
challenged? Is he
try-
touched in the head?
I'm like, girl, I love you, so please don't get the wrong idea. I just think you're dating a straight up idiot. Like, this guy, there's no way he can't understand the way that this sounds or what he does. And it's so wild.
Because I'm stupid.
I've got to take a break. If you want to get me a text, 35192. If you're on hold, I'll get you on the way back. 216-578-1007 to call, or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. If you want to join us on the phone, 35192. Send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there if you like. The Instagram hotties are there for you. A day old Poundcake is there for you, too. Those drop new on Thursdays. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app. If you do that from outside of Ohio, tell me where. I'd love to know. Holly listens in Durant, Iowa. Mark is in Bayonne, New Jersey. Andy's in Topeka, Kansas. Molly's in Falls Church, Virginia. Adam is a brand new bureau chief in Lexington, Kentucky. Andrew is in Chicago. And Jimbo is in Alamogordo, New Mexico. Your Cleveland Indians sweep the Pittsburgh Pirates 2-0. A real barn burner last night, but they beat them 3 times. And so they start up back here at home tonight against Alan Trammell and the Detroit Tigers. First of 3. Tigers are uncharacteristically not doing well this season either. They're like 9-14.
They've had a few rough years, though.
They have, but for a while, the Verlander
top,
years,
yeah.
Miggy Cabrera and those guys. So 7:10 tonight is when that will start up, live from Progressive Field with Hammy and Rosie and the whole Hee-Haw gang. And you'll hear it here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. And it is also the Battle of the B teams, C teams.
C teams, yes.
Battle of the C teams tonight in the Alan Cox Show Fantasy Baseball League. Both Bill and I repping my Toronto Blue Jays against his Tampa Bay Rays.
That's right.
Bill,
the Rays have been on fire.
Yeah, the Rays took 2 of 3 last weekend. They played each other. Now they're flipping venues and playing again. So tonight, tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday is what Mary's spreadsheet says.
I got all my info from MLB.com.
Okay.
Because remember, you questioned me on one of the Indians games. You're like, "There's no game today," and I was
questioned
like,
you a lot, boy. Really did. Boy, people are texting me. Because I mentioned I've had friends in this business who have found out that, fortunately it's never happened to me,
Monday,
who have found out that they were fired by reading the paper. Like if your city has a local media columnist, Robert Feeder is the guy in Chicago. He's been writing a media column for 30 years. Still does. And if you woke up and saw your name in Feeder, you were like, oh my God, I'm out of a job.
Whoops.
Because it would always be like, we're hearing from Channel 2 that so-and-so. And you're like, oh, cool. So people were texting me, somebody said my dad found out he was fired because the company sent him a wake-up call and said, today's your last day, bring a box.
Jeez.
I wouldn't even go.
Well, if all your stuff's
I mean,
there.
I would absolutely hit snooze at least.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be there when I get there.
Well, that's why they intentionally tell you, like, at the end of your shift, because they don't want you messing up anything. I'm like, if it's my last day, bitch, I'm not doing nothing. Like...
What movie is that from where they're like, we tend to do our firings on Fridays?
Space.
Yeah,
Office
okay, yeah,
Space,
less
yeah.
of an incident or
Less of
whatever.
an incident.
Yeah.
We found that...
I'm going to be late. I'm going to poop for like an extended amount of time.
How are they going to poop at work?
Why not just go do your last day?
Because where's my motivation? I'm not going to...
But what's the point?
I'm not going to do my best so you guys can just like, all right, well, thank you.
I guess, but I mean...
You could have stopped that sentence early.
He's not going to do his best?
Yeah.
Alan, my old job had biometric fingerprint scanners to clock in, and if you were taken out of the system when you went to clock in, it would say, sorry, you are no longer employed.
What a day.
The fingerprint scanner fires you. You are no longer employed.
She's like, is it wet? Like, wipe it on your pants?
Yeah.
Hold on.
I thought
They switched to a retinal scan. Hold on.
I thought that happened to me at my morning job. I called Erica freaking out. I'm like, oh my gosh, Erica, I think I'm fired. And she's like,
I remember this.
Why? I was like, because like I called to like update my insurance and I was like, I'm going to get a checkup. I need to make sure this is good. And they're like, we don't have you on file, sir. I'm like, what are you talking about? I filed my insurance back in April.
Ow!
And it said, they were like, it says you are no longer employed there. I was like, what? So the whole day I'm just waiting for them to come.
I remember that.
And bring me into the office. And funny thing is, I had my quarterly meeting that day. I was like, oh my gosh, they're going to let me go. Blah, 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 blah. So I'm just waiting till like noon. I'm like, oh my gosh, everyone's on lunch. They're going to let me go. And then they're like, oh, you're doing great. Yeah. It was like, because I don't take a lunch. So everyone else is out of the building. I was like, it's so convenient. So they let go of my insurance and now all of a sudden.
Too perfect.
Everybody will just come back from their lunch and my seat will be empty.
And turns out I was just stupid and I marked the wrong box. So they terminated my insurance.
Marked the wrong box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was my fault. But
Cody, do you have
measure
9
twice, cut once.
dependents? This is
Allen Indians have beaten the Tigers 20 games in a row. There you go. Well, since I'm no longer on in Detroit and don't have to pay attention to that team, go Indians.
Woohoo.
Dickie Knowles and the Detroit Tigers on fire. Alan, my name is Emily. I'm a brand new listener, and I was wondering if you could introduce me to everyone on the show and give a little backstory. I'd appreciate it. I'd call, but I'm at work. Love the show. Well, Emily, let me introduce you to William Scott Squire.
You're not going to start with Hork Bork Bork?
Let me introduce you to Hork Bork Bork. We call him the Swedish chef around here at Alan Cox Show Central, WMMS, but he is one of our assistants back in our seemingly never-ending employee roster for our video department.
It's a gig culture, so they get one. Otherwise, we have to pay them.
Oh, that's what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
More.
That's smart thinking, boy. They get to the point where we got to start paying these people. We are in trouble.
Mm-hmm. They'll do it once for the experience.
Seriously.
And then
boy,
that's that.
if I ever had to pay Poundcake, woof, who knows what would happen around here. Let me introduce you to William Scott Squire. He's known colloquially as Bill. Bad Boy Bill.
The King of Plop.
The King of Plop. Tell Emily a little something about yourself.
I thought you were going to do it.
No. I want people to, I'm going to introduce that person, and then they'll take it from there.
I am the second snobbiest on the show.
Uh-huh.
I am an excommunicated Mormon comedian from Medina, Ohio. I have a dog that costs a lot of money. And
How much money?
$2,000. And that's just to buy her. She's cost me a lot since then, too. Getting her fixed and all that stuff. Getting her vagina out was very expensive. Yeah. And
Right.
then what else? I got 3 stepchildren from my marriage. They're kids that I still take care of, and that's why I'm allowed to buy a dog, because I have rescue children.
Yep.
And I'm real nice.
And I'm real nice.
And I'm in love with Alan. My name is also Bill Squire, and you just need to know that also Alan's the best, and I will kiss his butt.
Let me introduce you to the woman of 1,000 voices, Mary Lynn Santora.
Hi, I'm
Recent
Mary.
addition to the show.
Yes, I've been
Recent
on
addition to the show.
filling in here and there for a couple years now. Permanent member as of January of this year. Timing couldn't have been better. Also comedian from Berea, Ohio. I don't want babies. What else? I quit drinking, so you'll hear about times when I used to be drunk. I'm not fun anymore. Yeah. What else? That's it. What else do you need to know about me? I just started reading books, so I'm better than you.
Moving up to number 2 on the snob list.
With a bullet. Congratulations.
I finished a book today. Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's it.
She
I have a
locks
cat.
herself out of things.
I am not great with keys. That's probably one of the biggest ones.
Also,
Or doctor's orders.
Yeah.
Don't forget, Mary has left us with a number of amazing quotes on the show. Let me find Mary's hot takes here in my files. Contrary Santora is what we call
Do
her,
them
because
with the proper impersonation.
She's so I like Tom Hanks. It's one of her hot takes. There are lots of sports. Jeff Bridges is a good actor.
Mm-hmm.
Jelly is not chocolate.
True, all true.
I like harmonicas. I gotta watch my levels here. I like baked beans, man. You only know what you know. The ground can't be the sky. And I don't want to promote Hitler, but...
There was no but.
Yeah, there was a but.
That's pretty much all you need to know about me, I think.
I need to know.
Yeah.
And finally, meet young Cody Poundcake Brown. He's an enigma wrapped in a riddle, wrapped in a mystery.
Well, I am the snobbiest on the show, apparently. I'm biracial, homosexual.
Apparently.
Yes. And I am a communications major and an English minor, and I can't...
Can you make bimosexual happen?
I don't think so.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm a communications major and an English minor, and I can't talk nor write good.
No. Wow. You are a communications graduate. You're not currently in school.
Okay,
communications graduate.
I said I can't communicate well, so...
And he's inconsistent.
He is inconsistent.
That's the biggest one.
That's right.
And Radio Cody B on Instagram.
This son of a bitch. Always going for clout.
Right.
Right, there you go.
And tell us a little bit about you, the host of the show.
There's
Alan Cox.
there's not much to tell. I've been wasting my time in this godforsaken business for almost 30 years. I hail from the Windy City, Chicago, Illinois. I've been, this Christmas will be my 11th anniversary at WMMS. And boy, time flies, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It is weird. I'll see something that pops up on those Facebook memories are the things that'll kick you in the ass. And I was looking at something this morning, doing my weekly pass through Facebook. And I said to Gwen, I go, oh my God, look at this. That was 10 years ago. I don't even remember now what it was, but it was like 10 years ago. Couldn't believe it.
It's fun then.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Facebook memories are fun for people who aren't blackouts or in recovery. It's good for, oh my God, look, Nora took her first steps. I'm like, bro.
I would think it'd be great for people who black out because you
No.
fill in some gaps. It's like Memento.
But it's never fun. It's always like, oh, this is the time I fell asleep in my car with all that throw up. You remember that? That was cool. Oh, dude, yeah, you got your ankle bracelet off that day.
That would be on Facebook?
If you post about it in a blackout.
Did you?
Probably.
Hey, guys, I got my ankle bracelet today. It's amazing.
Bro, chasing a toddler, bro. That's what I do, bro. This is also Alan Cox, just so you know, Em. This is it, bro.
Yeah.
That's how good of impression she does. She has to state who she's doing an impression of
Just
for you
so
to know
you're
who she's impersonating.
That's right.
What about Tiny Poundcake?
Oh, Tiny Poundcake is this little action figure back here. She might not even know what we look like, though, so she just started listening. Hey, bitch, Google it. That's kind of it. He didn't really have a catchphrase, but...
I'm 5 years officially hired on the show, September 1st.
Hey!
That's cool.
That's coming up.
Yeah, it was funny. Somebody texted me. They go, Matitude used to be on your show? And I go, yeah, he was on before Poundcake was. Matitude was my intern. I gave him his nickname.
Back when we could have interns, yeah.
Back when we had interns, yeah. He did precede you, right? Matitude was a couple interns before you.
It
was Matitude and then...
Donnie.
Donnie's right before you?
Donnie trained me.
But Matitude was before him then.
Yes, I was.
Yeah, okay.
I was supposed to be trained by Matitude, but then I had to flake out at the last minute because of my student radio station.
Oh, okay.
And then I left my internship, and then you got Corp Life.
Corp
and he was
Life.
the last intern.
So Matitude would have been like 6 years ago then on the show?
God, I guess,
Wow.
yeah.
Sounds right, yeah.
Okay. Alan and my mom's company, they would announce layoffs by stacking empty cardboard boxes in the lobby so the employees could see them when they walked in. I've never understood, like, companies that are dicks to you. For anybody who thinks that, like, their boss or whatever is looking out for them, and every company's different, but I mean, if you work for a rather sizable organization, I never understood just sticking it to people.
Yeah, it seems like a jerk move. I don't quite understand that either, especially, like, it's already going to be a bad day. Why make it worse?
Got fired on a Monday. Beware the 4:30 last-minute meeting. Yeah. I'll tell you what, though, pursuant to Poundcake's story, there is nothing better than when you think you're getting bad news and it turns out to be nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you, other than the diarrhea you've given yourself all day long, when you think the hammer's going to fall, whether it's a firing or a breakup or something,
Yeah.
and then it just doesn't happen, and you're like, oh, my God.
The text that's like, we need to talk. Or, hey, call me when you get a minute. My
Yeah.
dad loves call me when you get time, or call me when you get a
We
minute.
need to talk. What do we need to talk
"What's-
about?
everything okay?
What do you want to have for dinner tonight? Oh, my God, okay.
Did you get gas yet? Because I'm at the, I can grab some gas.
We need to talk. Did you get gas?
So when I was a missionary in the
I hate
Philippines,
that.
I got, and that's another thing for Emily. I was a missionary in the Philippines, got excommunicated. That's a whole thing. But anyway, I was. They had like different rankings and you know different leadership positions you could hold, and I was a district leader, and I had a meeting with the president, and he's like, hey, Bill, I just want to sit with you for a little bit. And I thought I was going to get in trouble again because I'd already gotten in trouble a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
And then he ended up giving me a promotion to the zone leader, and I was so surprised because I was being very disobedient at that point, like getting into a lot of trouble, but I wasn't getting caught yet. Like really caught for like the bad stuff that I was doing. And so when he moved me up to that level, that's when I was like, oh, I can do whatever I want now.
Yeah.
I'm untouchable.
Just how easy it is to get away with stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was.
You were like an impeached
2004,
president.
2003, 2004. Like there wasn't like photos getting shared around or anything like that. It was just all hearsay. So if he said anything, like he called me out on something that I did do, and I just lied about it, And he's like, okay, well, in that case, you are now the zone leader. He's like, did you go see a movie again? I'm like, no, why would I do that? I already got caught for doing that once. And then he's like, okay,
stupid.
in that case, you are now the zone leader. I'm like, thank you. That's good.
Just lie. Just lie for now.
I also had like I wasn't even going to church. Like I would show up and like show face and then be like, oh, we got an appointment. We have to go to the other chapel today. And so they'd be like, okay, they didn't know.
Last year when I was just here, like I had quit my job maybe a month beforehand, maybe 2 months, and I got an email from one of the bosses that was like, hey, swing by my office before the show today. And I got it at like 8 a.m. and I was like, oh no, what?
I used to get those all the time.
I
hate it.
just quit my job. Like I cannot get fired because, so I was like freaking out, and then I went and they gave me like information on sobriety. Like they're like, hey, if you need help or recovery services.
God,
I was like,
hate that.
Chris
don't
Tyler.
do that to me. Please don't do that.
We were
to
talking
me.
about our old boss yesterday. Chris Tyler was the king.
Notorious.
Of when you get here, can you stop by my office? And so he would do that
So much
to
fear
me
in
and
your heart.
Erica all the time. And it was just like, dude, just tell me what it is about. And he's like, kind of like doing it this way.
There are also, there's some guys. Well, some people like to keep you on your toes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not even like necessarily a power move. They just like to whatever. You'll get an email. I've had bosses where you'll get an email and the subject line is, yo. Like, yo, pal, hey, when you get in, and you're like, oh, God, what does this mean?
God, no.
I had an email. It said today ... and it said stop by when you get in. I'm like, what did I do now? Immediately I'm like, it's something I did. So I'm going over what I said on the show.
Right.
I'm playing stuff back. I'm like, was he pissed off about that? I was like, I'll talk to Alan about it beforehand.
I just got an email from Jason, our assistant program director, the other day. He's like, hey, did you send this tweet on the MMS account? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, it's doing really well. Keep it up. I'm like,
Yeah. Bill, we'd like you to be a news anchor on WTAM. All right, I've got to take a break. Another chance for you to grab some money closer to 4:30. You can go fund yourself with $1,000. We'll do that at 5:30 and at 6:30 this afternoon, too. You want to text me 35192. We'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeart. This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 if you want to join us live on the telephone. 800-348-1007. 35192. Want to text me. You can watch at AlanCoxShow.com. Don't miss out on the Instagram hotties. Those new gallery, put in the gallery. Those drop on Monday along with the Bill Squire Show. Any hints on Mondays?
Bird's Eye View from Twitter. Brittany Mollis. She's
okay. She's the cover hottie?
Well, she's actually just the guest. The cover hottie is, what's her name? Heather.
Okay.
She banged a guy that was in the Thunder Down Under. Tells that story.
Ooh.
Was that the Australian Mail Review?
Yes.
Yeah. So a real skank.
Okay.
Kidding.
Hey, listen. When I ask him, he's giving me my first impression of these people. So I don't know that you're not. I don't know that he's wrong, or
I'm not a slut shamer, Alan.
Let's not put our own feelings into the mix. Let's go into it with whatever. And the latest Poundcake is up there for you as well at AlanCoxShow.com. Sunday mornings, keep in mind, you can wake up to the Week in Cox. It is 8 to 10 a.m. every Sunday. It's 2 hours, the best stuff from the week, hosted by Bill and Poundcake. So if you're up bright and early, listen to that.
I actually think we should have made Mary come back from vacation early and do it.
No, it's like an 8.5-hour drive. It's going to take me 11 hours to get down there. I'm not coming back.
All right, fine.
When do you leave?
Tomorrow morning, I'm at like 4 a.m.
Pigeon Forge, Tennessee.
Pigeon Forge.
Beautiful part of the country.
I'm excited.
We're never going to see her again.
Stop it.
She'll come back partially mauled by some kind of animal.
I will have
or
lots
human
of weight.
or otherwise.
Hey.
Yeah.
My mom and sisters were not grilling me about it yesterday, but they're like, "Is he gonna take you to the mountains?" And I was like, "No, he's gonna take me, murder me in the mountains."
He could murder you in the metro parks.
I know.
He doesn't need to go 11 hours away.
And I sent them like the cabin that we're renting and the address and all this stuff. My mom's like, "Okay, make sure you check in every 6 hours." And I'm like, "I travel alone for a living, and you guys never care."
Right.
A random drifter could kill me anywhere.
But a
in
white man with
Minnesota.
tattoos, alone in the woods.
right?
He must be a murderer.
And hot on the heels of you mentioning last week that his place in your life didn't make you any happier.
Oh my god!
Now he gets.
That's not what I said.
Now he gets to hear on the radio how her car is nicer than his too, which I'm sure,
it's the same car.
I'm sure he's aware of
God.
deep down. Doesn't want to be put on blast.
It's the same car. Mine's just like 5 years newer. He has a Kia Forte as well.
You didn't say newer. You said nicer.
It is nicer. It's newer and nicer. Newer cars are 90% of the time they're nicer than older cars.
Okay. Anyway,
Whatever.
listen.
You guys make me sound so bad.
No, we quote you.
You quote me out of context.
I just gave the context.
We're the media. That's what we do.
I was struggling. You fake news.
Goddamn liberal media.
Fake news. They see fake news over here.
Oh, man. I've got breaking news, real news.
Alan Cox Show! Exclusive news update!
They sentenced Lori Loughlin and her husband for that Operation Varsity Blues
wow.
thing.
I saw the husband got 5 years or 5 months, right?
5 months. She'll do 2.
2 months?
Yes. I think they ended up taking some kind of plea deal. You'll remember that Felicity Huffman got like 10 days because as soon as the thing blew up, she was like, put it through herself on the mercy of the court. Lori Loughlin and her husband, who's some fashion designer, that Massimo guy,
yeah.
genuinely. And then a couple of days ago, this big story comes out that they go, guess what? The daughters were in on it. I don't think that surprised anyone. They were trying to protect their kids. But of course the daughters are in on it. Hey, I need to take a picture of you in a tennis outfit. Why? No reason. Of course they were in on it.
Modeling.
But the thing had gone so far by then that maybe that, but I don't know anything about.
Well, the kids were probably minors at the time, so I don't think they will be prosecuted.
They're not going to be prosecuted, but I wonder if that had to do, they said that documents had come up in the course of this that said that the daughters were most likely involved in this.
Yeah.
So Massimo Giannulli will do 5 months, Lori Loughlin will get 2 months. They'll probably be out in 3 weeks, you know what I mean? But they've spent a lot of money on this because for a long time they were maintaining that they did nothing wrong, and so they've gone down a much different road. Felicity Huffman got in and out, and she's been out of jail for a year and some change, I think. And this isn't a shock. I was reading some a couple days ago where they said they expected that these were going to be the sentences.
But they were looking at what? 30 years or something.
But they're
like
not going to give them 30
I know,
years.
but that's what they were looking at. And they were all like, you want to talk about a snob? They were snobby about it. Like, we're not going to do it. This bitch showed up in a Sprinter to the courtroom.
Yeah, but I think that's just when they lay out the legal information. Based on the charges, you could get 30 years. And that's how they get him to plead to something. I don't know if that's what they did, finally. But they were never going to give these people 30 years. Lori Loughlin and her husband, 2 and 5 months respectively. Now, I wonder if any of that will be, I wonder if there's any time served. They weren't like, I
think they've been
remanded
home.
to they've been home the whole time.
I think it was funny that they probably spent way more than if they had just like donated to the school.
Yes.
Like if they had like done it in a legit way, which is still, shady. I bet you think of it, but if they would just like been like, all right, here's a library, it's probably about what they're spending on legal fees.
There's a super weird photo I'm looking at, which is Lori Loughlin in between her 2 daughters. Olivia Jade is the hot YouTube one, and the other one is Bella, who's younger. I assume that the photo made it look like she's missing an arm. Is she missing an arm? Does she have a daughter that doesn't have a right arm?
This
photo looks weird. What? I don't think she was the tennis one. I serve with my left, all right?
I don't think she's missing an arm.
I was going to say, this is either, I'm looking at it right now trying to figure out where the photoshopping went wrong here, but it looks like she's missing her arm at the elbow. Photo from the 2017 Teen Choice Awards. So anyway, they've agreed to serve 2 months and pay a $150,000 fine, 2 years of supervised release, and 100 hours of community service.
They're going to put this off.
And her husband gets more.
Oh, I see. Yeah, she just got a black glove on.
Black glove?
Like that goes up her sleeve. Or it's like a sleeve.
Oh, that matches the dress?
Yeah.
What I'm looking at is it looks like her arm.
This one, right?
No.
Oh, not that?
Anyway.
But she's got an arm.
Okay.
At least that's
there is an arm.
I was like, I feel like I would have seen that in one of the stories up to this point. So, but they've spent a lot of money. They sold their house.
They're going to put this off because of COVID. They're like, okay, well, we'll serve our time, but we'll do it after this pandemic is over.
Yeah, maybe.
Or they'll be released because of COVID. Like, oh, you're in there for a week. Oh, but, nonviolent crimes, we can serve the rest of our time at home. That's what's going to happen.
They were doing their court appearances on Zoom. So it's not like they were in a courtroom. So he's got 60 days to pay $250,000.
Whoa.
And, yeah. So anyway, 5 months in prison is what he got, and she got 2.
I just don't understand.
I'm sure they'll very quietly let them out before that. But
they're from a rich, they're rich. Like, why do you care that your kid gets into a good college?
And USC, for Christ's sake. I mean, yeah.
They want the status of it.
But it means that they also didn't trust their own children to get in on their own, which is really like the underlying thing of all of this. These are all people who didn't think their kids could get into USC. This wasn't Yale or Harvard or, it's down the road from them. And so...
Proximity doesn't raise your SAT score, though.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like...
What do you mean I got an 800? I live right here. Let me in.
Wait, I don't get points for being in the same zip code?
Hold on, my address is 1400.
Kind of stuff is this?
I do feel like that, though. If I sleep with someone that goes to a really good school, I'm like, wow.
You know it doesn't rub off on you, right?
Yes. But
you might, judging from what you've said in the show over the years, you clearly haven't had sex with any Ivy Leaguers.
Not Ivy Leaguers, but like Case is a good school. I had sex with people from Oberlin College.
I was you also thought Oberlin was in the Ivy League.
Yeah, he doesn't know it.
I said a really good school.
No, you said Ivy.
You only recently found out that Ivy League isn't like a status of school; it's actually a league.
You thought Ivy League meant a really good school.
Yeah. But I revised that. I'm saying just good schools now. And I did sleep with someone that went to MIT, so I'm like, oh.
Tri-C, ever heard of it?
MIT.
I just take
think
all
of
the credit.
Think of it from the other side. The guy from MIT is like, Jesus, one time I slept with this radio guy from Oberlin.
He called it Mitt.
Jeez.
I don't even.
Yeah. Well, whatever. Still did it.
I think she goes to the Fashion Institute of Technology. Yeah, it doesn't. I don't think it works by osmosis.
No.
I've
had sex with some pretty smart people too, and I'm still dumb. So
I got into the person that got into a good school.
Did you get a letter of acceptance?
He's very proud of himself with that one. He got in all right. Yeah.
I just take credit for their accomplishments because I'm like, wow, what did they see in me where they were like,
but how would you? But
Vodka.
what did you see? What did they see in you? Themselves, what they saw in you. How would you feel about someone else taking credit for your accomplishments, whatever those are? If somebody else were like, I had sex with Cody Poundcake Brown, and guess what? I feel
they rat me out.
The same.
I woke up and I can name all the mob wives. I don't know how it happened. I just know all their backstories.
It's like his superpower. He's like Rogue in the X-Men. You touch him and you can feel your intelligence sapping away.
Now, my favorite dressing is balsamic.
Balsamic dressing.
I've had sex with some pretty distinguished people. So whatever.
Distinguished how?
Gray.
They got like master's degrees. They have doctorates.
Well, that means that they paid money and went to their classes.
Well,
what do you mean?
Scientists.
Okay.
I'm just saying they are very distinguished people, and I'm just like, wow, I'm slumming it.
Distinguished or accomplished?
Yeah, distinguished. Both. Yeah, okay.
Like teachers. I'm like I said, what did they see in me? It's a nice little ego boost. Like I slept with a teacher and a scientist. I mean, there has to be something.
I feel like you're reading a lot into that. Like, if you want to have sex with someone, I don't think were they checking your CV before you did something with them?
No, but like they're lawyers.
So what? They want to get laid.
They hang they hang at a higher level, I think.
I've slept with a whole bunch of scientists. Bartenders are scientists, right?
Mixologists.
Mixologists is what you're thinking.
And you've slept with the astrologist, too.
Actually, you nailed it.
A
slutty astrologist, yeah.
Don't astrologist shame Mary.
Sorry.
And like makeup artists are like, I was like, oh my gosh, I never slept with Christina Aguilera, but I slept with a makeup artist that, once did Christina's makeup.
So you are looking for any tenuous connection to someone who is accomplished in any capacity whatsoever.
Correct.
But yesterday he's like, I'm not a snob.
Right. I only
had
had sex with the guy whose company installed the pool for Tristan Thompson. All right? So let's take a breath.
Nepotism.
That's not what nepotism is. Nevertheless.
I feel like we've learned more about Poundcake from this conversation than when he was talking about who he is to Emily.
But
this is pretty revealing.
But I've slummed it a couple times. Like I've slept with a couple like gross
What's
people.
slumming it mean?
Like going down low, like bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, I know, but I want to know what makes them so gross.
They didn't have a car. They didn't have a job, and
that's the best D you ever got, wasn't
and
it?
they couldn't even roll the blunt. I'm like, I can't roll the blunt either, so I'm counting on,
a guy with no car, no job better know how to roll a blunt.
He should know,
Yeah.
right? Contribute something, and the D was whack. I'm like, you gotta.
Oh, wow.
That's what I'm saying.
He struck out.
Yeah, he's not living up to the stereotype.
Could he cook or something?
No.
Nothing.
Like, it was just, I was real. It was in the middle of the night.
Super hot?
He was good looking. Yeah, that's what he had going for him, and he fooled me. But the other guy, like, I slept with an alcoholic, and oh my God, I call him Boomerang Butt still to this day. And like,
what does that mean? You go back for more?
Well,
never trust a big butt and a smile.
When you're stroking, I can just. You asked.
That's got nothing to do with your butt.
Okay.
For him, it does.
All right.
Anyways, but yeah, the alcoholic was bomb. I was like, okay, he has a problem, but he knows he has a problem, and he has something to contribute.
And now he has two problems. One of them being Poundcake.
Well, I contributed because I bought him a 40 afterwards, but
he's like old English.
He wasn't in recovery.
Congratulations. No, he was an active alcoholic.
He was an active alcoholic, and he knew
he was a proud alcoholic.
Active addiction.
He was a happy lush. All right,
slumming it, but it was good.
All right,
the
just
D
because he was an alcoholic
whack
doesn't mean he was slumming it.
Well, the guy with no car
Yes,
and no
that.
job and was like staying with his friend on his couch. But he was good looking. He had a really good, a well sculpted grinder picture, and he fooled me.
Huh. Beware the well-sculpted grinder picture.
One time-
that guy's going to have a boomerang D, and he's going to be effing around corners.
One time I was, this is a couple years ago, the year that my wedding got called off. Hooked up with a guy who was moving and had already sold his bed. And when I got over there, it was just like a pile of blankets on the floor.
Oh,
but I was like just drunk and desperate and sad, and I was still hooked up with him. And he was like, now listen, I gotta tell you something about my bed.
was
It doesn't
homeless.
exist. I'm moving in
I
a week
sold
and
it.
I already sold it. I was like,
Well, what kind of bed should he
Never
get
give him
now?
a hit. A Casper mattress would probably be the best thing he could get.
So comfortable.
I hooked up with a girl on a pile of clothes once, like that was her
Yeah.
bed. And
It was like 2 blankets and a couch pillow, and I was like, I'm already here.
The floor of the house she was moving out
Yes,
of.
that was it. That was the situation he was in. He was
She was like, hey, you want to come over and help
me?
me move? And I went over there, and I go, everything's gone. She goes, you didn't think that I was going to leave without one more. I go, really? Wow, okay.
On the ground.
God, that's so ratchet.
She's like married, kids now, the whole thing. I was
Yeah.
like, wow. That was a long time ago. Everything out of the house.
Yeah.
Just wood floor in the front room.
Wood floor and
Noon time.
His roommate was still there, though. His roommate wasn't moving, so like we went into a bedroom that his roommate knew there was no furniture.
Well, at least you didn't wake him up with the with a rickety bed. So
Yeah, nope, just the floorboards.
You got to go for the carpet, man. You can't do
There
it on
wasn't. It's like
hardwood.
one of those old houses. It's just all wood floors.
Man, I hate men that have nothing to contribute. Like, at least be good.
You know, they've
was
got
good,
to
though.
contribute maybe something on the inside.
As I said.
Maybe something that is not easily seen, something that might be invisible to you.
Or maybe they're doing the whole rope-a-dope where they actually have a bunch of stuff, but they want you to love them for them who they are.
Joe
Not
Millionaire.
their stuff, yeah.
The reverse Joe Millionaire. He's Joe Hundredaire, and he just wants you to love him for him.
And then it's Coming to America.
There you go.
That's what he wanted.
That's right.
He wanted him to be loved for who he is, not what he has.
Yes,
talked
in
about
the
it
face.
yesterday.
Huh?
I talked about it yesterday with the whole prostitute thing. Like, if that's your livelihood, you are gonna have sex. It's gonna be the best sex of your life because your life depends on it. So,
Alan, my wife has a doctorate, and I'm an idiot. Sex with it doesn't mean anything. Play 6 Degrees of Herpes with Poundcake, someone says.
oh please, we were protected. I'm not that stupid.
I don't want to.
Because that does transfer.
Yeah, right.
Poundcake has sex with someone and takes credit for their accomplishment. That means that he's assuming the traditional female role. Oh, snap! Oh, snap! See what that was?
Yeah, we see
Oh,
what you did.
snap!
Oh, someone should call hockey.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
MIT, most intelligent top. There you go. Yeah, why not? Alan, my wife of 22 years, started dating me at Kent State. I had no furniture, 13 iguanas, and our apartment was riddled with cockroaches. By the way, anybody see the photos of Ron Jeremy's apartment?
No.
Holy Christ. You know, he's been arrested now. He doesn't have the money to get out of jail. And all those women officially
I literally have goosebumps.
accused him of rape. So he's in jail. They remanded him because he didn't have the money to get out. And so somebody leaked photos of his apartment, an apartment in Hollywood in a high rise. And it probably looks like your house growing up.
It's just a sty.
It's so gross. There's like dirt on the floors, plants on the kitchen table that have grown down the table and around the legs.
Oh my gosh.
It's disgusting. I mean, hard to believe
But
Ron
still
Jeremy is
alive.
gross.
Like he waters them.
Yeah.
He waters them every day.
Well, so half of them are brown, and so.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the Guardian online had him like Ron Jeremy's house, and this one of the girls who accused him was talking about how, she went to his apartment because it's Ron Jeremy or whatever.
Yeah,
She
and
goes,
you think he's probably going to have...
Oh, she goes, I walked in and it was awful. Just boxes and crap all over I mean, everybody can kind of fill in the blanks themselves, but
Oh my gosh.
that's probably how you grew up.
Well, because we've talked
It's going
about
to be a very triggering story for you.
We've talked about hoarders, and I say that those are really that the TV show is very extreme cases. This is actually a lot closer, where it's just like piles of stuff.
Where you can still get around.
and a
yeah.
path. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yes, this is like literally what it looks like.
It's so nasty, though. Anyway, I'm going to break. If you want to get a text in here, 35192. Next chance to grab $1,000 coming up around 4:30. 10 minutes prior to that, I'm going to have the last passes for you this week. We'll do it again next week. But last pair of passes, 6 passes rather, 3 pair, to get you to that Metallica show at the drive-in next Saturday night that we're doing. You can go to WMMS.com/Metallica for all the details.
The Alan Cox
216-578-1007. Join us on the phone or 800-348-1007. 35192 if you prefer to send me a text. You can watch the show if you're so inclined at alancoxshow.com. The new Poundcake's up there for you as well. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app. If you do that from out of state, tell me where. Tim is a new listener in Omaha, Nebraska. Mike is in New Philadelphia, Ohio. Evan's in Minneapolis. Jeff is our bureau chief in Palmer, Alaska. Tribe game tonight. It is the first of 3 against Detroit here at home. Tigers are not exactly setting the world on fire this season. 7:10 is your first pitch, so your pregame will get going shortly after we get out of here at 6:30. We also get back into the Alan Cox Show Fantasy Baseball League. Battle of the Sea teams tonight. My Toronto Blue Jays against Bill's Tampa Bay Rays. Speaking of the Blue Jays, they were playing the Phillies last night. And pitcher Jose Alvarez for Philadelphia took a 105-mile-per-hour line drive to the nuts.
100.
This guy dropped like a bag of dirt. I think, technically I think it had hit his thigh. But
Still,
your thigh is the neighbor of your nuts.
Those guys don't wear cups, do they? Do baseball players wear cups?
It certainly did not look like he was wearing a cup. They carted him off the field.
Oh.
Well, does it matter at 105 if he had a cup on, honestly?
Yeah, yes.
Really?
Yeah. It would be a lot better than if you didn't.
That's true.
Yeah. Would you rather have 105-mile-per-hour baseball at your nuts with a cup or without a cup?
I guess that's a great point.
With a cup, it's only going to feel like 85 miles per hour. So, obviously, that is not a guy on the Phillies that they want to lose. Losing him for any amount of time would be bad news. But if you've seen that footage of him just taking a heater to the balls, bad news.
But he set a record.
He did set a record. The fastest pitch ever taken to the cojones.
Ah.
What record are you talking about?
3 balls in 1 pitch.
Right. Oh, my goodness. Is he performing anywhere soon?
Yes.
I don't know, Bill, are you?
Where?
I'll be in Lorraine next Friday at the Shipyards, and then the following week I'll be at the Funny Stop in Cuyahoga Falls.
All right.
You can get tickets online by searching things.
Google it, bitch.
Google it, bitch. That's right. There's also, speaking of, I got a couple of sports stories. This guy, Mike Milbury, who's getting in trouble, and I feel like I'm missing something because I don't understand.
Is this the hockey guy?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
What am I missing?
I don't know.
Okay.
I saw it too, and I was just like, is that all he said?
Mike Milbury is a guy who is part of NHL on NBC. And people are giving him a hard time because he was making comments during the Islanders-Capitals game. And he was talking about the NHL bubble. These teams that have bubbles have been very successful. NBA did another round of coronavirus tests, 0 cases.
Nice.
Because they're sticking to the bubble. Same with hockey. And he said they were talking about the environment of the bubble. It's a terrific environment if you enjoy playing and enjoy being with your teammates for a long period of time, it's a perfect place. Another guy said that. And then this guy goes, not even any women here to disrupt your concentration. And so all these women are blowing up Twitter going like, it's 2020 and this guy's talking like this. I'm like, what are you talking? What's the offensive part of this? That's their primary concern in all these bubbles is that they're going to bring women in.
Yeah.
The Seahawks cut that rookie because he dressed a girl in Seahawks gear so that the video camera would think it was another player.
I think the way the women in hockey are taking this is that like any woman is a distraction.
Women are distractions.
But
they are.
But what they're saying,
if you're trying to be laser focused and there's a hot chick there,
yeah.
God bless you, ladies. This is a compliment more than anything else.
Going out and like going to the clubs, like that has ruined guys' careers because they get a bunch of money and then they want a bunch of women, and so they'll just go out and spend all. I mean, Tristan Thompson's a guy that he was in a pretty good situation, and then he got his spot blown up because he was with Chloe, but then he was stepping out on her because these guys have so much money and they're in their early 20s, so they got this sex drive and they want to just go out and bang people.
They're living their best life.
And so when they can't do that, they're more focused. It's like, of course they're going to.
I think they are cheating. I think it was because he was on that show. It was because like he had
I was using that as an example.
Yeah,
I'm saying, like,
that aside, that's why guys abstain from sex the night before a fight or a game or whatever.
That's a myth, yeah.
Well, but I mean, it might be an old wives' tale, but there are guys who do it. There are guys who believe in that.
Yeah, I don't think this is taking a shot at women professionally working in hockey.
No, it's, hey, we don't want them out banging people.
Right.
That's a distraction to what you're doing, yeah.
The NHL and NBC both released statements.
That's so weird.
Condemn the insensitive and insulting comment that Mike Milbury made. I mean, this is not the guy from the Reds.
Right.
No.
Is that the women's
But I feel like I saw more people going in on him than I saw going in on the Reds guy. Like the
Reds guy lost everything. He lost
everything.
He was the number 2 guy, behind Joe Buck on Fox.
Yeah.
He lost his network gig. He lost his Reds gig because of a hot mic.
But I saw it. And what's the number 1 rule of broadcasting, Mary?
Never say anything.
Wow, they really fired that guy for that comment. There was no redemption.
The Reds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, if you we played the clip. I mean, the quote was that he called Kansas City the fag capital of the world. You're not coming back from that. On a hot mic?
But he said he was sorry and he was a man of faith.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. They all say that. They've got that script in their head. Hey, if you ever get caught, you're a man of faith.
But
cool.
I think this, what is it, Milberg?
Go become a pastor because you're not a broadcaster anymore.
I think he just meant having a bunch of guys that have a lot of testosterone that want to go out and bang girls. That can be a very big distraction. I don't think he's saying that women themselves are the one doing the distracting. I think
He
it's
wasn't talking about reporters or anything like that. Yeah.
Because woke Twitter came after him.
Mm-hmm.
You and I didn't come after him. This is heteronormative.
Oh, God.
Which, with all due respect, 95% of the people you're talking to have no clue what that is. Certainly not watching hockey.
Do you guys feel that pendulum is swinging back a little bit?
This is where you lose people.
That's what I'm
telling
saying.
you, this is where you lose people. There are a lot of people who have good minds and open hearts about things like Black Lives Matter or LGBTQ, ASMFT, whatever, all that stuff, right?
Careful.
But if you go too far, and again, nobody knows where too far is. If you have your moment, you should try to be heard and grab it and whatever. But this is the kind of stuff that gets people going, okay, well, now you don't have me anymore. Because you will have a segment. Not everybody's going to go along with everything you say. And again, these aren't the people that were complaining. These aren't, to use Poundcake's word, distinguished members of the community, These are people on Twitter with 400 followers or whatever,
Right.
People you've never heard of before. Now, maybe
Make this go viral.
Maybe that shouldn't matter, and I'm not saying that these people have any malice in what they're saying. I'm sure that they were legitimately offended, whatever. But when the networks come out and the league comes out, this unbelievably disgusting commentary, I mean, I would like one of these companies to go, look, we take him at his word that he was trying to be irreverent. He went too far.
Yeah.
But they even go too far. I think they're taking it out of context and making it seem like he's saying that if a guy is married, his wife is a distraction. That's not what he's talking about here.
But that's the problem, is they don't put it into any context. They have a boilerplate, standard statement that they put out.
Well, that's not
We
fair.
condemn these. Well, you know what I mean?
We would never take anything out of context that anyone on this show has said ever.
You know that, and I know that. But I don't know that the people listening know that, right? We are a context-heavy show.
Hey, I molest children. I heard. Please don't fire me.
I like everything.
I laugh at it when it's not me.
I like everything to be in context.
Trans people ruined everything. People do come at me with those phrases when I do appearances. I almost missed out on a gig because you played that, Alan.
When other people do it, it weirds me out, but I can touch my own.
That was the Sprint one, right? Yeah.
Stretch me out over 9 more inches.
We were already there. They weren't going to cancel you when we were already there.
We can't have a guy here who molests children. Who are you sending us? Right. So anyway, so that guy, Tony Zarella over at Channel 19.
What did he do?
And I like Tony Zarella a lot. He's been around. He's worked in a lot of cities. He's been in Cleveland for a long time. My second or third year in Cleveland, they had me as part of that Tailgate 19 that Channel 19 does. Mm-hmm. I like Tony. He's not a Joe Biden guy. Doesn't like Joe Biden. They closed out the Democratic National Convention last night, and Tony was making some comments on Facebook, and everybody starts beating him up because he was making fun of Joe Biden. And he's like, I'm losing some friends due to my comments on Biden. Not Facebook friends, real friends. I'm an independent voter, but I call stupidity and fake convention moments out when I see it. Anyway, I love you. By the way, I think there's a lot of people calling themselves independent voters because they don't want to publicly be for Trump. I don't know if that's his case. I like Tony Zarella. I think he's a good at what he does, a nice dude. But all these people were giving him a hard time because he was making fun of Joe Biden. Which, who cares? Like, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm. As long as Joe Biden becomes the president, I'm happy. I just don't want Trump to be president anymore.
Hey, listen, it was a bad night for Trump. I mean, Fox News was gushing over Joe Biden. Like, he made the speech of a lifetime. He was so good. They're like, well, yeah.
Well, I got news
He's
for
a
you,
smart
Bill.
guy. What?
There's nothing scarier than a person that has nothing to lose, and Trump is going to do everything.
He's got a lot to. Well, listen, he's not running for re-election. He's running from justice, basically. He's trying to not.
Well, yeah,
so he's
desperate.
He's got plenty to lose, but there's a lot he can do between now and then too. But for people who listen, Trump always needs a villain, and Joe Biden just ain't it. People don't dislike Joe Biden. They just don't. You might not agree with what he wants to do. You might not vote for him. It's not because you hate Joe Biden. People who are going to vote for Joe Biden, they're voting against Trump. Like, I've said publicly, and it sounds silly now, but I've always liked Joe Biden. He's been a smart, anytime you'd see him speaking about something, an issue on television, he was very articulate, and he knows a lot of things about a lot of things. And so when Obama chose him to be VP, I was like, man, that is a great pick. Joe Biden's a smart guy. But yeah, most people, when they ask him, are you voting for Biden or against Trump, they'll go against Trump. You could put a loaf of bread up there and I'd vote for it. I'm sure Joe Biden understands that too. He's under no illusions. He's run for president 2 or 3 times before.
And lost.
He's not of course, not even lost. He didn't even get far enough to whatever.
Well, sad he won't be president.
Here and now, I give you my word. If you entrust me with the presidency, I will draw on the best of us, not the worst. I'll be an ally of the light, not the darkness.
By the way, I thought that I said it yesterday, but last night it really came into clearer focus too. I think this virtual convention is how they should do it every year. There's no crowd mucking you up. You're not waiting for applause lines or anything. That always comes off as fake anyway, because you're preaching to the choir at your convention. But it kind of torpedoed the whole Sleepy Joe thing too, because he gave a great speech.
Well, that's good. I haven't watched any of it because I know.
This is our moment to make hope and history rhyme. With passion and purpose, let us begin, you and I together, one nation, under God, united in our love for America, united in our love for each other. For love is more powerful than hate, hope is more powerful than fear, and light is more powerful than dark. This is our moment, this is our mission. May history be able to say that the end of this chapter of American darkness began here tonight as love and hope and light join in the battle for the soul of the nation. And this is a battle we will win, and we'll do it together. I promise you.
They threw in Julia Louis-Dreyfus. You didn't watch any of it last night?
No.
I clicked on because Julia Louis-Dreyfus was kind of hosting the thing, or they had her on quite a bit, and I love her. Obviously, I'm a huge Seinfeld nerd, but I love Veep. Veep is a phenomenal, it's not anymore, but great show. Julia Louis-Dreyfus, she could read Craigslist want ads and I would watch it. But it was weird because she was throwing zingers out in between people, and because there's no audience, it didn't really have the same kind of effect. So, yeah, I mean, she's funny, but some of them you were just kind of like, well, that's just going to kind of lie there because there's nobody reacting to it.
Joe Biden goes to church so regularly that he doesn't even need tear gas and a bunch of federalized troops to help him get there.
I mean, so she had some good lines, but it was weird because they would come from a speaker, whether it was a civilian or Joe Biden, they'd come from a speaker who had just made this impassioned monologue, and then they go to her and she'd throw in a joke. So that part of it, I love her, but just that rhythm was real weird.
Yeah, they had Kerry Washington the other day, like for the moderator, and she just looked like every time she would go to a guest, she would just look like, I miss this, I miss civility. Like she was like, Barack Obama. Like she was almost like she was having an orgasm. She's like, our 44th president,
Oh, and Obama.
She would do it just like that.
Like seriously saying it.
When Donald Trump spoke at his inauguration about American carnage, I assumed that was something he was against, not a campaign promise. Right now, you can text VOTE to 30330 to learn about all of your voting options and make the best plan for how to vote in your community, wherever you are. An easy way to remember 30330 is that's the year Donald Trump will finally release his tax return.
I mean, it was just weird. It was just weird.
I think everyone's used to it now, though.
What?
I mean, just people being in that setting.
No, I know, but it's like, you know, when you watch these late night guys who've been in their den for 6 months talking to no one, the rhythm is still that you pause as though you were getting a laugh line. You know what I mean? Which I think makes it funnier.
People at home are laughing.
30330. It's actually not that hard to remember. Watch. Person, woman, man, camera, TV, 30330.
Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, person, woman, man, camera, TV. And they said, wow, that's amazing.
Man, that's a banger. Ooh! Hello, who's this?
And he shined the flashlight in his ear. And the light comes through on the other side on the wall. Through his head. Looks in his mouth. Wow, that looks alright. Listen to his heart and listen to his lungs. Dr. Ben Crazy. And they're playing theme from General Hospital. Dr. Ben Crazy. Hey, you want to start with me? Huh? You got a problem with me? Do you? Do you? You want?
What do you think about that?
Oh, I see.
Poundcake thinks that guy's a troll. He called while you were gone, by the way. He's our new favorite caller. I don't know who that is, but he is absolutely our new favorite caller.
Yeah, I'm sure he called while I was gone because he calls almost every day.
Does he?
And you've been screening
And you've
him
been
out?
screening that guy out?
I couldn't get any info from him. I'm like, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Just figure it out in the
Yeah,
line.
right.
Okay. Well, I do now. So.
Hey, Alex.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, nothing much. You guys were just talking about Trump and Biden, and I just wanted to get your thoughts on Jo Jorgensen. She's the candidate for the Libertarian Party.
Who?
Jo Jorgensen.
No, I was doing my impression of America. Yeah, whatever, man. Libertarians are people who don't want to admit to being Republicans.
Yeah, okay. Good point.
Are you going to vote for Jorgensen Cohen ticket?
Yeah, I will be.
Okay. And why?
I just like her policy about smaller government. She supported the people in Portland speaking up against the authority.
Like everybody did.
No, not really.
Who didn't? Who was on the side of... I mean, not Trump. I'm not talking about Trump.
Well, there's your answer.
Right, but he's one guy. Who else other than him was on the side of the cops?
Probably Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris was not on the side of the cops.
All right.
Do you know who Spike Cohen is?
Honestly, no, I don't.
Okay. Well, he's her vice presidential running mate.
I know he's going for VP, but I haven't really looked into him too much.
All right. Well, he's a podcaster, so he's absolutely qualified for the second most powerful position in the United States government. Anyway, you do you, baby. I got to take a break. 4:20 when I get back here is going to be your last chance this week to get to that Metallica show on the drive-in screen next Saturday night. I will have a car pass for you. That's 6 people. We'll do it all again next week, too. But if you have struck out thus far, I'll have your last chance this week. After this break, and then 4:30, next chance to go fund yourself and grab $1,000.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 double. WMMS, an iHeartRadio station. Available everywhere with the iHeartRadio app. Now #1 for podcasting. Back to the Alan Cox Show in 30 seconds.
Here it is from iHeartRadio.
Wherever you are, so are we. Rover's Morning Glory on 100.7 WMMS.
It's time to give stuff away. Ooh, time to give stuff away.
All right, it's almost here. 1 week from tomorrow, it's going to be Metallica on stage on the drive-in screen. They have not played live since September of last year. So their first show of 2020, possibly their last, who knows. Going to be on drive-in screens all throughout North America. Special guest 3 Days Grace for the Canadian fans. Metallica and 3 Days Grace, I'm going to get you 6 passes. That's a carload for next Saturday night, the 29th, and I'll throw you 4 of the digital download codes as well for the brand new Metallica S&M 2, their second go-round in 20 years. Been that long? Jesus. With the San Francisco Symphony. So caller 10, good luck. This is yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Rest assured, when all else fails to entertain you, so will he.
You guys suck!
This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
Metallica if you want full details on the show, but it is on drive-in screens all throughout North America. A handful of them in Northeast Ohio, obviously. And I don't know if it's... I don't think they're streaming it online anywhere. Maybe they are? These days I feel like you'd have to. Anyway, WMMS.com/Metallica. It'll give you all the details you need because I think the passes are still on sale too. But they're like $125 because it's for 6 people. So I'm handing you basically $150. Another $1,000 for you too in about 5 minutes, 4:30 and then 5:30 and 6:30. You got a chance to go fund yourself. I think next week is the last week for that too. So keep that in mind. Indians tonight, 7:10 they start up against Cecil Fielder and the Detroit Tigers. At Progressive Field. They're back here at home. First of 3 against Detroit. Indians in better shape than the Tigers right about now. Tigers, I think, are last in the division. But, whatever. You'll hear it here on MMS. You'll hear it on the iHeartRadio app as well. And so the pregame will get going shortly after 6:30 tonight. Alan Cox Show Fantasy Baseball. C teams go head-to-head tonight. My Toronto Blue Jays against Bill's Tampa Bay Rays. You wearing that Rays hat?
Yes, I am.
And I have my Toronto baseball jersey on today. So we'll see what happens there. And then after that, Sox v. Twins.
C team.
My A team against your C team.
AC.
And then Sox v. Indians. That's me against you guys to close out the season. So we got a handful of games left. What's that?
Huh?
Yes, we will probably lose. What do you want?
Money.
That's what I want. You can always use the Alan Cox Show After Hours line, by the way. 216-986-8903.
Hello, Mr. Cox. I just want to give a couple comments about, one, that I hate you because I got onto that fish food, Ben and Jerry's ice cream, and it totally took over at my favorite spot of the cookies and cream or whatnot. And number two, that everything that you guys have been talking about the last few days, about the stars and all that, I used to believe in that stuff, but after listening to all those idiots, just repeating like every 30 seconds, I kind of lean on more your side. So, thank you. Love you guys. Bye.
Okay. Fish food is legit. If you like eating ice cream that has 4,000 calories a pint,
worth it.
Oh, it's so worth it. And it's amazing to me as he describes himself as a former fan of astrology. How did he not already run into a bunch of weirdos?
But he also described it as the stars stuff that we were talking about.
That's what it is.
I know.
That's what it is. I think he sounded very nervous.
I would say he's probably a casual entertainer of it.
Casual fan
of
astrology. Okay.
Like One Mary Santora. I like it when it makes sense in my life. Is that fair?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And that's the version I have no problem with.
Yeah.
It's the people that try and treat it like a religion and then try and bring me in. That's what I get crazy about.
You don't want to be converted into anything.
No. I'll figure it out myself. If I want to join something, I'll join it.
Join! It's a cult.
I've had people present it to me in that way.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't like it.
Well, I'm going to join a cult this weekend, remember? So I'll
In
Tennessee, Pigeon Forge.
I'll be sure to include.
You got your matching jogging suit and sneakers?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Handmade socks. We plan on doing that
Do
on
you
the
want
ride
to shave
down.
your head now, or do you want to wait till you get down
It's
there?
the initiation.
Okay.
I'm not supposed to do it.
All right. They have a special blade.
Could be like midsummer.
Yeah. You got to use their blade.
Oh.
Just enough bloodshed.
You got to use my blade. Hey, hello.
Oh, what's it good for you, my baby? Hey, twerp. I only do this a few times. We clean up these huge bars early in the morning. There's nobody even here. Sweep and mop, take out all the garbage. You're not allowed to touch, my boss says, you're not allowed to touch the hard liquor, but I tap you any kind of beer you want. We're done with this one. And then we go to the next one. And there's one bar, these two huge monster-sized piranhas. You can.
Who is this?
Oh, okay.
Who? Hello?
Oh.
Who is this?
Your mama.
Mom, it's been a while. How's Dad?
I saw your sister in the grocery store.
How's Dad doing? Mom, you sound terrible. Did you get the Rona?
I'm selling it to the newspaper.
He's going to sell it to the newspaper.
Jerkwad.
What is your... what?
Jerkwad.
Mom, what's your name?
Your mama. No, your sister.
Well, my mother's dead, sir, so that's very, very offensive to me.
Brother. You want to start with me?
What is your name?
And there's one bar. They have these two huge red belly piranhas.
Don't hang up on him.
Just bring him back later.
Just bring him back and see if he's still on.
From what I gathered, he's working in bars and drinking the beer after he cleans
And
them.
there's big red belly piranhas.
At one bar, yes. Don't touch the liquor, but you can have the tap beer, was the rule, I think.
Wow.
I think that's what he said.
You did work with drunk people for a long time.
Dude,
you
I spoke that language.
Consorted with, were, and worked with and
Yes.
for drunks.
Save your course of picker juice.
Oh, I hung up. We got him.
You quitter.
Come on, man.
You could screen him through as your mama now, though. You'll know exactly who it is.
Sounds like that phone call's the only thing that guy's quitting. All right, well, congratulations to him.
He's dedicated, and I appreciate it.
You know, the Bill Squire Friday Get Down has already begun for that guy. He's already hearing it in his head. I've got $1,000 to give to you here, a chance for you to go fund yourself. Feel free to text, sir. Good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. Go fund yourself. Time for your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword money to the number 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's money to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
I was looking at a, in the midst of people always complain there are no new ideas in Hollywood and the great pause of the coronavirus. It sounds like they're greenlighting everything. Well, someone has suggested that...
Not everything, Alan. I'm still waiting.
You're still waiting on your Mormon cartoon?
Yeah.
Boy, animation is the easiest thing to do, too. You think?
Well, I don't know. It's all up to them which way they go, whether it's going to be live action or cartoon or whatever. So.
Oh, there's a chance it'll be live action.
Yeah.
A live action Mormon cartoon.
Who's going to play you in the live action version?
Brad Pitt.
Yeah, that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Considering he's 15 years older than me.
Seth Rogen.
In way better shape. Now that makes more sense if he were still young.
Shia LaBeouf.
John Favreau.
It had to be somebody that's 20 years old.
Because it's You Then.
Oh, yes. Right. You Then. Yeah.
Fat Jonah Hill?
No, he's
pushing
42.
Too old.
Who's a young guy? Andrew Garfield.
Again, that guy's
That's
like
a cat,
33.
dude.
Timothy Chalamet.
Again, it's got to be someone kind of dumpy.
Zac Efron.
Yeah.
Dumpy and young.
Yeah. I don't know anybody that would work. Maybe the kid that plays on the Goldbergs. Big Tasty.
Big Tasty. There you go.
He'd be a good casting.
Samwise in Game of Thrones.
Again,
Not Samwise. Samuel.
That's from The Hobbit.
Yeah.
But he's
Samuel Tarly.
Lord of the Rings. But again, too old.
Anyway,
Major Tings.
Manger Tings guy.
Oh, you know what? That would actually
he grows a
not
beard.
be too bad.
Yeah.
Right.
I didn't have a beard when I was a missionary.
Oh, right. You were clean shaven. So Manger Tings.
I have a throwback photo on my Instagram that is closer to what I look like. I'll find I have a Mormon picture somewhere where I was a missionary. I'll throw that up sometime.
Okay. Well, anyway, I mention all that because there's an Exorcist reboot in the works, and people, cinephiles, are so offended by this, as The Exorcist tops a lot of lists of classic, not only classic horror films, but greatest horror films of all time. There is a petition to stop the reboot of The Exorcist.
I can believe that.
I mean, who cares? I would kind of...
People don't want it ruined.
The Exorcist it's never going to... their complaint is that it'll never equal the original. That's not really the point. I would kind of like to see what they could do effects-wise now, because they used all practical effects in the early 70s, which is why that movie was so intense. Because there was no computer-generated. It was all practical effects.
All that
so people were
vomit.
getting hurt, and she had to eat awful things just to puke up all that pea soup. And they're flipping her around on the bed with a harness, that kind of stuff, They'd have to shoot in a refrigerated room so they could see each other's breath, whereas now you could just draw it in if you wanted to. So The Exorcist, for me, was the movie that I could not watch until I got into college. Because you grow up heavily Catholic and you're like, this could happen. You believe all that claptrap.
See,
But a super, super intense movie, and so people are complaining that you're gonna ruin it. You can't ruin a movie.
You still have that one.
Yeah, it's like taking down a Confederate statue. You didn't erase history.
Right.
You just took down the statue.
You're remodeling.
You're remodeling the
And you don't
country.
have to go see the new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. Listen,
You don't have to, though, is my point. The people who are purists about it, don't go see it.
I mean, it's rare that a reboot is good. That's true. But when they did The Evil Dead, when I first heard they were going to do Evil Dead, I was like, nah. But the guy they got to do it was really good.
Yeah,
it was bananas, that movie.
It was a very different movie.
Yes.
But it was good. When I watched The Exorcist, because I was still Mormon, I was like, well, they got the religion all wrong here. That priest has no power over these demons. You need a Mormon guy in there to get them out of there.
Oh, is that what it is?
I could help.
I just remember my mom watching it, and it was on network television, probably 1980, because I don't even know if I was 10 yet. I was little. And so the movie comes out in 73. I don't know how much they had to cut out of this goddamn thing to make it suitable for network television.
19 minutes long.
But we were staying at my grandmother's, and my grandma, you know, the bedrooms we'd stay in, they were upstairs, they were dark, whatever. I was flipping my wig for a week after this movie was on because it's got all these noises and these effects. And I just remember my mom sitting there going, it's so cartoony, this movie. I'm like sitting there filling my shorts and my mom's laughing at it. I'm like, I wish that I could be like that cavalier about it. But it freaked me the hell out.
Yeah.
I remember hearing about the scene where she's using the cross. And
Yeah.
they're saying, "Oh, she's masturbating with a cross," and I was expecting something very different because I
stabbing.
Yeah, she's stabbing. That
Yes.
is not how you do that, ladies.
I mean, most people at least.
Now, obviously, many, many years later, it's just a fun movie to watch now. And you watch the documentary on it and all that kind of stuff. But I wouldn't care if they reboot it. I don't care. Do you see what they're doing with Batman, by the way?
Yeah.
Man, this is going to be awesome.
If they do it right.
I mean, in the Flash movie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If they do it right.
If they do it right. So they're doing all these movies in the DC universe. The Flash, I couldn't care less. I think that guy's creepy. Don't care about the Flash, that Ezra Miller. But Batman's going to be in it, and because it's going to be him jumping around in different alternate
Timelines,
universes and timelines, they're going to have Affleck as Batman and Michael Keaton as Batman.
Oh, cool.
And probably Pattinson as well, I imagine. That's how they'll introduce him. But
Now,
those
if
are
they-
the two confirmed, and that's awesome.
If they really want to impress me, Adam West is dead. But if they really want to impress me, Val Kilmer back in the Batsuit. Because he's got that tracheotomy now.
Oh.
Put him back in the Batsuit.
I'm Batman.
Chicks dig the car. And Clooney, get Clooney in there.
Yeah.
I want
You want
all
of them.
all of them.
Which
Christian
one?
Bale?
I want the original guy from. I can't believe I forgot about Christian Bale. I want the original guy from like the first 1920s Batman silent film. I want that. I mean, he's long dead. Dig him up, put him in the suit. Yeah, I want all Clooney, Bale,
Get who's the guy? He played the Lone Ranger. He was supposed
Army
to be
Hammer.
Yeah, get Army Hammer just kicking around and be like, I'm supposed to be Batman.
Oh, he was, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be a George Miller directed Justice League movie.
Really?
Yep.
I got into or went down a rabbit hole of somebody tweeting some film organization Twitter feed that I follow said, "What's your favorite trailer of all time? Movie trailer."
Ooh.
And I posted Heat. It's easy. I love the movie. The trailer's great. But somebody posted Man of Steel, and I forgot how old that movie is.
Yeah, it's like
Man of Steel came out in like 2012.
Yeah.
Great trailer.
Great trailer.
Movie,
Yeah.
But
let's see. Great trailer. Jurassic Park was a great trailer, and M. Night Shyamalan, like
Great trailers.
his trailers were phenomenal.
Because he takes the 90 good seconds out of the movie
Yeah,
and puts them
so-
all right there.
Like Lady in the Water and The Village, amazing trailer. Signs, great trailer. Movies, meh. But the
I never bothered with Lady in the Water. Was that Paul Giamatti?
yeah, I never watched it. I remember the trailer was good. Trailer sucks you in.
I like him a lot.
The Happening, amazing trailer.
Yeah.
One of the best trailers ever. The movie, trash. Garbage.
The trailer had the guy lying down in front of the lawnmower.
Yeah.
So you're like, what is going on in this movie? I gotta see this. And then
Wait.
you're like, oh wait, huh?
Was that The Happening or The Crazies?
That's
The
The
Happening. Mark Wahlberg.
With the lawnmower? Is there a
Yeah.
lawnmower scene in The Crazies too?
Maybe.
Yeah.
But I remember the Mark Wahlberg one.
You know, and the people jumping off the
Yeah.
building all at the same time. It's great trailers.
World War Z. Great trailer.
Great trailer. I like that movie too.
I did too.
Yeah, I like it.
Sonic the Hedgehog, by the way, is back in the movie theaters because movie theaters are open today. I guess like full on open.
Mm-hmm.
There have been theaters that were open and showing old movies, but they're starting to put new movies in theaters. But they have to kind of pack their order with old movies. So they're showing Ghostbusters and Indiana Jones, but they put Sonic the Hedgehog, the Jim Carrey one. That was the last movie I saw before lockdown with my daughter.
I don't even know.
It was
Mine was
February
The Invisible Man.
It was February the 17th. It was a Monday. I had taken the day off because it was the weekend around her birthday, day after Bill's birthday.
Yeah.
That's why I took it off,
Oh,
so
wait,
I could
no, it's
solemnly observe
This is
Bill's birthday.
It's President's Day.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Bill, as far as you know, that's a coincidence. I took it off because of... But also, yeah, so President's Day. So we go out to the Regal in Sheffield, just her and I, and sit down and watch Sonic the Hedgehog. There was like 4 people in the theater.
Was it good?
It was entertaining enough. Yeah, James Marsden's in it. Jim Carrey's in it, chewing the scenery. It was
Ben
okay.
Schwartz
it
does
wasn't,
the voice.
Yes, it
I
wasn't
love him.
bad. I gotta say, she loved it.
I'm almost positive Coco was the last movie I saw in theaters.
That was a long time ago.
I don't
like 3
go to
years
the
ago.
movies.
Really?
I'm like that's the last movie I can remember taking my niece to, because I don't really go to them by myself. That's the last thing I can. I might have taken a nap in a movie theater after that. Cars 3. Whenever that came out, I slept. I had nowhere to go and no hotel for my gig that night, so I went and bought a $5 movie ticket and slept in the theater.
Through the night?
No.
Just in the afternoon.
Just to waste time, because my
Yeah.
gigs were only like 3 hours apart, but I didn't have a hotel to go to, so I just bought a $5 like matinee ticket. I would
Yeah.
do that a lot on the road and just take a nap in the air conditioning because it's too hot to sleep in my
I'd
car.
start.
Yeah.
Except it's loud and noisy and.
Yeah,
but when you're that tired, you just
seriously, it's 3:30. You like could push the chair seats up and just lay across 3 or 4 of them because nobody's in that movie.
My former co-host who died a few years ago, my friend Jim, after his funeral back at home, Gwen and I went, and she was pregnant. And I was just obviously in a bad mood. I was very, very sad. And I go, look, can we just go to the movies or something just to kind of get my head out of this space? And we went to see whatever the newest Mission Impossible movie was that year. So like 2015 or something. And she doesn't like Tom Cruise, so she didn't care anyway, but she's like, yeah, that's fine, whatever. She slept through the whole movie because she was pregnant and tired.
Yeah.
And this movie's
Exhausted.
like explosions
Yeah.
and cars and planes crashing. She literally slept through the whole movie.
When I saw Man of Steel, that's got a ton of explosions and like cities falling down, all this crazy stuff. And it was a packed theater, and we went there for Father's Day, and I wanted to see that, and like my oldest kid was like, I don't want to see this. I'm like, it's Father's Day. Can you just come to the movie that I'm trying to get us to? And so we go in there, and it's so warm in the theater, and I had driven through the night to get home, so I'm super tired, and I'm watching this movie just nodded off.
Yeah.
And that became the movie for my kids. They're just like, every time I'd like nod off, the kids would start laughing, and it'd wake me up. And because I just be like, oh, and then like jump back up.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've got to take a break. 5:30 is going to be the next shot for you to grab some money, $1,000. You can go fund yourself. We'll do that at 6:30 as well. And then your pregame for the Tribe, 7:10 is the start tonight, downtown against the Tigers on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W. WMMS, Cleveland. Summertime means beers, barbecues, and fishing the occasional drunk friend out of the lake while he searches for his arm.
Hey, buddy, you find it?
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Yeah, I had an attitude.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us on the phone. 800-348-1007 if you don't. 35192. Want to text me? Ooh, do it there. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch there live, of course. The Instagram hotties are there for you. Coming to the end of that week, and then a new one comes on Monday, along with the Bill Squire Show. And the latest Poundcake, which dropped yesterday. It's called, The Last American Virgin. What's it called?
True American Savage.
True American Savage. There you go. Referring to John F. Kennedy, right?
Well, all the Kennedys, really.
All the Kennedys. All savages.
Bobby Kennedy, all of them were slaying. All of them were slaying back then.
So not True American Savages.
Yeah, but, yeah. I think the True American Savage sounded better.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's there for you, too. Sunday morning, 8 to 10. Every Sunday, 8A, 10A. It's the Week in Cox. And it's 120 minutes of the best stuff from the week. And Bill and Poundcake are your hosts.
You don't want to come back from vacation to do this?
I'm almost positive. Can I text you Saturday night?
Yeah.
All right.
But I won't be able to respond because I'll be at Dave Chappelle's show and they take your phone.
Okay. Well, maybe Sunday. I'll text you Sunday morning at like 6.
For the longest
Let
time.
you know if I'll make that 11-hour drive.
Dear Bill, I will not be back to host Week in Cox. Go screw yourself. I am having a good time here. Nothing wrong with the cabin. The guy left with my car. Please send the fake key guy again.
For the longest time, again, I've been on the show almost 5 years. I thought it was the Weekend Cox, not the Weekend Cox.
You've hosted it every weekend with Bill and you didn't know the name of it?
No, it used to be me and Erica that hosted it. So it's
I would-
only the
I would
past
dip in.
2 years or 3 years that he's been hosting it.
I said for the longest time, not the whole time, but
Right. The Weekend Cox.
I
No,
thought it
it's
was-
the Week in Cox.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When did you figure it out?
say about like 2 years. Once I started hosting it, I would see, like, once I started adding them in, I would see, you know, what it says. And then I guess I wasn't reading before.
I see.
But I always thought it
because
was the
you had no
Weekend
direct
Cox.
connection to it. You weren't involved with it while Erica was here.
Correct.
You didn't know.
I would just dip in when they would want me to.
Huh. All right. Well, listen. However you learn is how you learn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, there might finally be something to watch on Quibi. Anybody watch anything on Quibi?
Nope.
Ron Funches, a.k.a. the Black Bill Squire, has got a show on... Quibi is this app for people who are uninitiated, which I think most people are. They lost like 80% of their viewers once that started like charging or something. It was free. This was going to be this huge new way to watch shows. They had a ton of money to spend, and so they had all these premier stars and these... they were spending a lot of money on marketing. It was Meg Whitman, who used to be part of eBay, I think, or Google or something, YouTube, and Jeffrey Katzenberg. So no slouches. And Quibi was going to be this thing where they were going to shoot shows specifically for you to watch on your phone because they thought, hey, people are watching stuff on their phones. This is going to be great. So we're going to shoot it for that. You're going to watch it on this app. And then coronavirus hit, and everybody was at home watching on their televisions. And they hadn't had the foresight to think maybe people are going to want to watch this on their actual televisions. So it was just bad timing on their part. But the shows on that, Ron Funches has got a show called Nice One. And it is a roast show where you can only make positive jokes. And it will start Monday. It's like At Midnight meets Roast Battle, but you can only make nice jokes.
I like that.
My buddy used to have a show like this in Brooklyn, Kyle Ayers. It was called Boast Rattle, and it was a compliment battle.
Well, they have stolen his idea and given it to Quibi for the purposes of their new show.
Welcome to Nice One.
Fun, the game of competitive kindness, where we ask our comedians to look at the bright side of bad situations and say something nice about it. I'm your host, and what happens when you dip a gummy bear in chocolate? Ron Bunches. Our first topic, failing a drug test.
When you fail a drug test, you don't have to have your kids on the weekend.
There's our girl Megan Gailey.
I love her.
Oh, hey.
Pete Holmes. Whole bunch of other people.
I like the wacky sounds in the background.
Yeah! So, something there, you know, there are shows on Quibi. I saw Apple is trying to bundle CBS All Access and Showtime. They're like, hey, we'll give you all these bundles. You know, this is why people cut the cord, by the way, on cable television, is so you could get an app and watch shows. And now all the apps are trying to bundle each other up. And people are like, why did I cancel cable? The cable companies are going, why did people cancel us? They're getting the exact same situation now because they have 50 apps.
Mm-hmm.
But on demand.
That's nice. They're also canceling Tosh.0, which I didn't even realize was still on television.
It's been on for 52 years.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
I thought he was like one of my first crushes. He was
everybody's.
so cute.
Yeah.
And he was just a dick.
His special Happy Thoughts. Is that the one where he has the candles around the stage, I think?
I don't know.
It's also, because I had it on my very first iPod. It was just a blue screen, and the tracks were just numbers, I think.
Yeah,
like it was
other
just
ones are
1,
just
2,
colors
3,
and, yeah.
4. Yeah, that was the one where I was like, I love this guy so much.
It took me a while to get into Tosh because initially I remember when he was in, I had him on years ago when I was on in Pittsburgh, when he wasn't really that well known. He was still doing the clubs. I think it was pre-Tosh.0. And he was funny enough, but I was like, there was something weird about him or whatever. But then I used to watch Tosh.0 religiously. I didn't even know it was still on. After 12 years, Comedy Central, they just re-upped him for 4 more years in January.
Oh, wow.
And just hit him up and told him that they're canceling Tosh. And I don't know why.
It's gotta be so cheap.
So cheap.
Well, unless he's crazy
expensive,
expensive now.
That can't be.
Probably not.
No one's crazy expensive when you don't have any. Everybody's rates are probably dropped because there's no.
And if he
they
signed
can't
a
go
contract,
anywhere.
they already had him locked in.
Right.
For 4 years. So
So
why
they got
cancel it?
They got to figure out. They said that he and his team are working on maybe sending the show somewhere else. I don't know.
I worked with him right before he filmed not Happy Thoughts, the one after Completely Serious.
Mhm.
That's special. And really funny. Just watching him work the crowd because it was at the Cleveland Improv, which, if you know comedy in Cleveland, not always the kindest crowds there. And so he told him, like, stop giving away free tickets because he hadn't, like, popped yet. He wasn't super famous yet. So there ended up going from, like, 300 people per show to about 150, but the crowds got him more.
Yeah.
Because they were all there to
his crowd,
see
yeah.
him versus 300 people, and then just a lot of people that are like, I don't get this guy. He's real dark and it's not funny, and it wasn't his cup of tea. So, but then we went out to like a club, and it was so awkward because it was me and his opener and him, and none of us wanted to be there. We're like, why are we here?
Yeah.
He doesn't drink. I didn't drink then.
It was one of those
So,
where
yeah.
you guys want to go like get a drink after this?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, sure, but like nobody actually wants to. You're just
Yeah.
like, oh, I'll be cordial, I guess.
And then the next night was Sunday, and the only place to get food was Diamond's Men's Club. So we went there, and we were all eating, and that's when I learned the term muffin top from Daniel Tosh in like 2006.
You had never heard of it before?
No, it might have been 2005. Like, it was a long time ago, and it wasn't like a common term back then.
Weird that he broke it out at Diamonds. Anywho, season 12 of Tosh.0 is set to debut on September the 15th. Those will be the last 10 episodes. I mean, Comedy Central is like, they're gutting that place. But that show's still got to be dirt cheap to make. I know he does field pieces and stuff, but... So anyway, if you are still a Tosh.0 fan, it will end its run on Comedy Central after the 12th season.
He's 6'3". Only thing is he was born in Germany. So I don't know.
The only thing is he was born in Germany?
So
please
he can't
explain.
be president. What are you worried about?
Yeah. Well, please explain.
I don't know if he has the turtleneck.
Oh.
And that's
But
a
was
deal
he
breaker?
born like on an army base or something?
Probably, but I see where Poundcake's going. He doesn't like uncircumcised guys.
But if he's still like both of his parents were American, he
I
was
don't-
just
I don't
happened
know
to
if
be
they
born
were.
in Germany. I don't know either, but
Is he Jewish? I don't think he is, but I mean, okay.
But yeah, that would be the only thing. I would still do it, but I'd plug my nose.
You wouldn't do it. Why would you do anything where you had to plug your nose? Now
It's
that I
Daniel
say that,
Tosh.
now that I say that out loud, it does not make that much sense. But
As he was
You
getting,
didn't know that? That's how you get someone circumcised? You just plug your nose and it coils back?
Mm-hmm.
I dropped him
coil
off.
of the moil.
Don't say coil. Ugh. No.
I dropped him off at his hotel, and as I was taking, like, the opener was staying at a different hotel, so I was the host, and then there's a feature act, and then he's the headliner, and I took him back to his hotel, and he was just taking stuff and, like, throwing it around my car, kind of being a dick, but my car was already a mess, so I was like, I don't care.
Yeah.
Do whatever you want. And then as he gets out of the car, he goes, nice Dane Cook CD, and then just slams the door. And I was like, I'm new in comedy.
That's funny.
Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can call that number anytime you like. Doesn't have to be after hours, but, as the name implies, something comes to you later on, you can always drop us a message. 216-986-8903.
Yeah, hi, Alan. You know what I'm going to miss most about Trump? I'm going to miss waking up in the morning and thinking, what idiotic thing is that imbecile going to say or do to shoot himself in the foot over today? The latest is he's asking his MAGA morons to boycott Goodyear products because they have a company policy of not wearing political statements on their clothing in the plant. It's a company policy. Now he's got Akron and a good chunk of Summit County pissed as hell at him, and it's a few months away from the election. All I can say is, good strategic thinking, President Yosemite.
Okay, so that guy does not like... Yeah, I don't get the whole... I was reading about that. By now everybody knows that he was trying to get a boycott of Goodyear, and so I'm sure you have a lot of Trump fans, a lot of Trump signs in Akron. Not a good move. I don't know what that's all about.
Probably people who work there that were originally upset, like, oh, I can't wear my MAGA hat at work, and now he's like...
No, but it was any political stuff,
I
so
know.
you couldn't wear, like, Biden-Harris.
Right.
There was misinformation that was put out where it said Black Lives Matters, that's okay, and these things are okay, and then Goodyear's like, no, that wasn't what we were saying. We're saying no political stuff on either side.
Someone
allowed.
made that worked there. It was just a regular employee, not a higher up or anything.
Right.
I think they were just doing it to be funny, and they were like, I'm going to send this to my friends, and then it spread.
Mhm.
It spread,
And before he has any information, he goes, look at these jerks. Let's get mad at them and boycott
and
them.
that's all it takes.
Yeah.
That's literally some guy in
I mean,
there.
his limo has Goodyear tires on it, so I'm not sure if it's up on blocks now or what, but the mayor of Akron is Dan Horrigan. He was not pleased.
The sitting president of the United States actually asked everybody to not buy Goodyear tires. To me, that is reprehensible language. For a difference of opinion, period.
I don't know. I understand where your financial and your community ties lie. I don't know that I would classify that as reprehensible language.
I think when you're the president of the United States and you're telling all your constituents to boycott an American company,
an entire city. It's called the Rubber City, homie.
I think it's,
well, you know
maybe
how much
not
he hates
reprehensible,
rubber.
but it's terrible. It's a terrible thing for a president to do.
Well, Bill, it's because those tires are black.
Period. And it's not even that. Those words have never been uttered. Imagine one of us saying that don't shop local. That runs counterintuitive to everything that we're trying to do as a community.
And so we are here to send a message to Donald Trump to say we are not going to see you in the White House again because you do not respect Ohioans, you do not respect workers, you do not respect women. You do.
I like everybody co-signing on her too. Yup, say it, preach. I love that. Yeah. Akron's got a youngish mayor, Dan Horrigan. I don't know that I've ever seen the guy before. I mean, he looks like he's mid-50s maybe. I thought I in all honesty, and with no disrespect, I don't really pay that close attention to government in Akron, quite frankly. But I figured they had like some old washed up.
He's 57. He's not that young.
No, but he looks like
good.
Yeah, he looks all right. Yeah, that's so weird. Because see, Goodyear is trying to have it listen, Goodyear's kind of trying to have it both ways because Goodyear has amended their policy saying that employees can wear things that show support for law enforcement. So that's kind of a way of getting around that, by the way. I mean, the White House will say that MAGA hats are synonymous with Blue Lives Matter. Cops don't vote Democrat. So if you go, you guys can wear law enforcement, you go cops, which fine, but that's a specific thing that you're saying. You're not wearing a MAGA hat, but if you're wearing a Blue Lives Matter shirt, you might as well be wearing a MAGA hat.
Yeah.
Their company, they can do whatever they want, but that's what they're trying to do. But what a weird thing to go in on. Goodyear.
That's what he does.
So what is it? They don't want people fighting? If everybody's
They
wearing
want 'em to
political
work.
stuff, huh?
They want people to work.
Right. Well, as long as you work, who cares what you're wearing?
But I'm sure people get into it.
Well, then
someone's wearing a shirt
the problem.
and they
You're
say,
fired
"Hey."
because you guys were fighting. Then that's the problem. It's like having chicks in your bubble. Don't get distracted, bro.
Yeah.
You know? You might not like the shirt they've got on, but whatever.
I don't know who drives the Goodyear blimp, but I like the idea of it creeping over the White House like Independence Day. And it's just
Dude,
like,
anywhere near the White
it's
House.
just so slow, just creeping along and just hovering over the White
Like
House.
it or not, elections from now on are going to be largely determined by whoever's got the better memes.
Mhm.
And the memes on this were immediate.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good year when Trump's out of the White House. He stepped in it with this. They've got a Goodyear plant in Topeka, Kansas. Those people are not happy either.
That's where it originated from.
Well, I didn't even know there was... I associate Goodyear with Akron. I didn't even know there was a Goodyear in Topeka until one of our Topeka bureau chiefs hit me and was like, have you seen this shrimp? I go, yeah, they're doing it in Akron, the whole thing.
I'm sure a bunch of people are getting fired for that because that's where it spread around.
Yeah, I guess. It's just a weird thing. Very strange. Hey, boycott their tires. What? Those are on a lot of cars.
Yeah,
I'm going to need
What?
some Pirellis in here. Stat. I'm going to need
Firestone.
BF Goodrich.
They're going to be pissed when they light them on fire and can't put them out.
God, it smells like a tire fire
Why-
in here.
why are
What
they
is that? It's a
still
tire
burning?
fire. Yeah.
I don't understand.
Okay, I've got a break. 5:30. Got some more money for you. Another $1,000. A chance for you to go fund yourself. You want to text me in the break, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on one.
can tell you with 100% certainty that wearing a mask will protect you from being identified while listening to the nonsense on this show.
The Alan Cox Show.
Protect yourself from the embarrassment of being a fan.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 if you want to join us. 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. The Bill Squire Friday Get Down, about 50 minutes away from you. 5-0 if you want to start the timer countdown on your phone. That's when you will know unequivocally that the weekend has begun. On Fridays, the Bill Squire Friday Get Down is brought to you by Cleveland Whiskey. That's Cleveland Whiskey. Spell whiskey with an E or a Y? EY or just a Y?
There's both.
I've seen both, but I'm curious if one of them is official. I
think one of them's American and one's not. I think
really?
Canadian has no E, I want to say.
Oh, all right.
Because Crown, I think, is the one that doesn't have it.
Weird that Canada wouldn't have an in there. Okay, so what about Swedish whiskey? Ever had Swedish whiskey?
Ask vodka,
Oh, right. Back there in our video department today, working with us on the live stream. Our video producer today, Hork Borkbork. So thank you so I'm clear, Hork is a guy or a girl?
Yep.
Cool. Nert was back there as well earlier in the week.
Also Swedish.
Tobias van Henkenkühl. I missed that person. That's clearly a guy.
Yeah.
Boy, we're really pulling from the Scandinavian job market, aren't we?
He's actually South African.
Oh, are these... I saw an umlaut. I didn't know that was... So are we... is this like a student exchange thing we've got going on?
No, just the people that hit me up, and I'm like, yeah, you can help today.
Okay. Oh, they do it remotely? Most of them, yeah?
Yeah, most of them. I mean, they'll come in for like a little bit just so the bit works, but then that's it.
So where was Crandall and Jasperson checking in from?
I believe Texas.
Texas, okay. And what about Kurt Fuffle? Earlier in the week?
Oh, Jacksonville, Florida.
Okay. And Jentifer McSlogbottom? That's got to be Dublin.
You'd think.
But not.
North Korea.
How is she even getting a signal out? It's amazing.
I don't ask that many questions.
All right. And, of course, Cameron Manroncam was on the payroll for a very, very brief period of time. But he and or she did great work for us, and I appreciate that.
Out of British Columbia.
All right. Alan, aren't you forgetting about Gandor Fluferton? I am forgetting about Gandor Fluferton. I'm so sorry. I can't recall everyone. By the way...
From Middle-earth.
We were talking about that peach theft.
Yeah, 3,000 peaches.
3,000 peaches got stolen from Black's Peach Farm. They've been in business for 100 years. I think it's in Georgia, somewhere. South Carolina, actually. And somebody hit me up and said, maybe this person was trying to save lives, and they forwarded me a statement that the Aldi chain is voluntarily initiating a peach recall because of possible salmonella contamination. Now, I don't know if the Black's Peach Farm has anything to do with this, but boy, think about that. What a twist. What a twist if that person was actually trying to save lives by removing what they considered to be potentially contaminated fruit from this farm. I think they probably...
But they didn't run any tests. They just
We don't
guessed.
know that. We don't know that. We don't know what kind of reconnaissance they did ahead of time. What I think is more likely, I mean, that's really giving them the benefit of the doubt. I think what's more likely is in that little town or wherever it's suburban Charlotte or something. I don't know. They're going to find like a pie shop is opening up real soon. A cobbler.
There's going to be somebody out there just selling bootleg peaches.
And they could
walking
be
down the street like, hey, man, you want some peaches?
And they could be rife with salmonella.
How does a fruit get salmonella?
Turtles.
Turtles. Didn't think about the turtles.
So the Aldi chain is voluntarily undergoing a peach recall. I can honestly say I don't think I've ever heard of a peach recall. You know, you're most conditioned to think of recalls with meat, cars.
You don't remember the Great Peach Recall of '84?
No, and nor will I remember the Great Peach Recall of 2020 once the weekend is over. But there it is in all of its glory.
Moving to the country, gonna recall all the peaches.
That's what they're doing. It is affecting peaches in most states. Ohio among them. So if you get your produce from Aldi, and by the way, pro tip, don't sleep on the produce from Aldi. Aldi gets a bad rap sometimes, but it's legit.
They have bags.
Yeah, but then you look like a jerk because you're supposed to bring your own bag.
Well, no, they have boxes and bags.
Well, now you can't bring bags
like a
anymore.
dummy.
But buy one.
Yeah,
They're right there on the hook.
I'm
Buy a
not gonna
bag.
Buy a bag.
They're 10 cents.
I'll carry my items like a grown-up.
They're 10 cents.
In your arms?
Yeah.
They have plastic bags that are 10 cents, and you
You
can't
don't know
bring
what
bags
you're talking
anymore.
about.
I do know what I'm talking.
We didn't go to Aldi as kids, but we go as adults now. But I hadn't been there in so long.
Hard times.
Well, I hadn't been there in so long that I didn't realize that I was grabbing freezer bags. And those are considerably more expensive. So I just thought they were bags. So I'm like, I'll take like 5 of these. Like $20 in freezer bags. She goes, those are freezer bags. I go, okay. Well, we have a freezer. I'm sure there'll be
there you
stuff
go.
in there. She goes, yeah, but we didn't buy any frozen items. And I'm like, next time then, fine.
But
now we
your-
have a reason to.
Your items will stay room temperature.
They
won't get warmer.
That's right. They won't get warmer. So anyway, thank you to whoever sent me that. You could be onto something. You're giving that person, boy, that is a glass half full type of person that maybe that peach thief was trying to keep other people from getting sick. Whiskey in the USA with the EY and Ireland, and whiskey in Canada and Scotland.
Nailed it.
With just the Y. Man, you are
Bing, bing, bing.
good for you. Bootleg Peaches, first show back at the Agora, by the way.
Ooh, nice.
November 12th.
2021.
I mean, it's a virtual concert, Bill. They're going to have a big stage. 2020. All right, I've got $1,000 here for you. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. You might have heard about it. Good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. Go fund yourself. It's time for your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword RICH to the number 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's RICH to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
People keep asking me, what's that Poundcake you keep playing? That's my favorite new drop is Poundcake saying,
Is that from my Arby's commercial?
What the hell else would it be from?
I don't know. I say that. I'm sure I say that on a regular basis.
No, you don't. But you do now. Because I just drop it in there for you. Yeah. Yeah, Poundcake has an Arby's commercial that airs. And he could not sound more enthused for Arby's.
But I am.
He's very excited. Very excited. I believe him.
It's the perfect endorsements. They have the meats. Meats and pound cake go together. Duh.
Yeah. Gonna Get Mine Now is probably my second favorite part of that.
It's presented to you on a new brioche bun.
By the way,
I knew you were gonna do it. I knew you were gonna do it.
I can go right past it.
No,
I don't have to blow you up.
No, blow me up.
So when he was recording this, I was kind of helping him with it a couple of weeks ago, and I listened to it, and I just stuck my head in. I go, "You're going to want to re-record that," because apparently he didn't know what brioche was. I really should have left it. I should have left it.
They would have.
I would
have gotten paid.
Well, I was being no. Somebody would have told him, but I didn't want to I didn't want him to be embarrassed with the client. It'd be better if I were to tell him. Right? I'm being a professional.
Yeah.
I don't want him to give any. He recorded it as brioche bun, which I had never heard of before, and I thought, wow, maybe they've got some brand new thing.
A brioche bun.
And I'm the dick here. Yeah.
That's who's doing the live stream tomorrow.
Brioche bun.
On a Saturday?
On a Saturday.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Bill, they're from Sweden. It's a whole different thing.
Yeah,
it's on the
it's a time
weekend.
zone.
Yeah.
Presented to you on a new brioche bun with beer battered cod and complemented with creamy tartar sauce. What more can you ask for?
I do love it. All right, he's telling you to get some food, right? You want it to sound delicious.
Like pound cake.
Yeah, that's
Sounds
right.
like pound cake, and that's what he's thinking about when he looks at his bank account after he does this endorsement.
I can get 2 sets of curly fries.
Listen, there has been precedent set for him in the food sector, right? And making sure that people know what's delicious and where they should go.
Lunchtime at Mr. Zub's.
Iconic commercial. Iconic. And that was even for endorsement.
Iconic.
That was for school,
That
Mary.
was in his heart.
He did that crap for free. That one.
Everyone had to do it for free.
True.
And I got a b-b-b-b-bee.
A bee is what he got. Okay.
Are you making fun of Joe Biden?
No.
Hey, I've got some kids' corner here.
Hey.
It ain't easy being a kid. Now look at what you gone done did. Whoa, it's time for Kids Corner. Kids Corner.
There's a teacher in suburban Atlanta who is going viral. She is Mrs. Williams, and she's pretty cute, actually. She's gone viral with a rap video about virtual learning in the age of COVID-19. This is Monroe High School in Monroe, Georgia, which I'm pretty sure is suburban Atlanta. And frankly, you've got to assume that everyone doing a square job in Atlanta is doing it just until their rap career takes off. That's what I figure what's going on. But people have been passing it around and very excited about the song.
What's poppin'? Brand new year and I'm locked in. Far as this teaching go, I am unreachable. I'm number 1 in your top 10. Miss Williams, been poppin'. 2020 new school, you're dropping. No COVID-19, ain't worried about a thing. When it come to me, ain't no stopping. I can teach your class with sweat, drip hard, go ahead, take a picture on your iPhone. 2020 school, yeah.
I mean, again, if I could tell what she was saying, it would be a lot of fun. But apparently that's a song about COVID-19 and teaching in the age of the coronavirus. And it's getting a lot of play.
I liked
feeling it.
She's
couldn't
got
understand what she was saying?
She's like a teacher, and she's got 54,000 followers. So that tells me she's probably doing more of that.
Hey,
Teaching.
Probably less concerned about the tea.
There's a ton of comics that used to be teachers that become stand-up comedians. I'm sure there's plenty of rappers, and maybe that's what we're looking for. Is there's like, oh, all your kids, all they want to do is be athletes and rappers. Well, what about a teacher turned rapper?
Oh,
I know
like
that's
to
a
Stand
dream.
By Me.
Yeah.
I know a teacher that became a porn star.
What did she or he?
He.
What did he teach?
I think he was math.
Phys ed.
Yeah.
Virtual, and you know Miss Williams go viral. Talk to school, I'm a fool with the lesson. Come learn with me, I swear it's a blessing. Classes in session, and we just progressing. Success is the topic, and passes the message.
Yeah, I like it. It's not bad.
Good.
Also in Kids Corner, Ohio, the great state of Ohio, has finally arrested a pedophile priest who abused boys for decades. Since the 90s, they grabbed a guy out in Findlay, Ohio. Where's Findlay?
That's down past Wellington.
All right,
Pole.
sir.
Yep.
Father Michael Zacharias was cuffed by the FBI after morning mass.
Well, they let him complete the math.
53 years old, St. Michael the Archangel in Findlay. He is charged with all kinds of bad things. His victims, of course, talked about their drug problems that stemmed from being abused as children. And
he must have did it recently, because how did he get arrested? Statute of limitations.
There's no statute of limitations on child porn and child trafficking.
Oh, I didn't know he had child porn. I thought he was still touching kids.
They're grabbing guys who've done stuff for, you know.
If he's still touching kids, still not statute of limitations.
Yeah, he created videos with some of the kids. It kept them on a USB drive.
Oh, my God.
Sure. Well, you're not going to do it and then forget about it. You know, you want a video record of it if that's the kind of stuff you're into.
That's why I'd be so bad at that. Just keeping everything in order. I'm an unorganized guy.
I'll tell you what.
I was like, what?
His
clarify a little bit, or
he's not a paperwork guy. Any kind of archival footage, he wants nothing to do with.
Hey, I've been doing good. I'm better with online stuff, but I like stuff in the cloud. I don't like to have to deal with physical objects as much as I can.
The priest actually texted one of the victims and said, "The great thing for you is that I actually paid you to make the videos, and then you'll one day ruin me with them and get rich." I don't think he knows how videos work.
You think he's going to get royalties? What is he talking about?
Get rich. I don't know what he means.
sell them to TMZ? I don't
Or just get a payout from the Catholic Church.
Well, maybe.
But boy, this guy, they bounced him around. The church loves to do that. They love to bounce these guys around. So he was at a church in Toledo for a while. He was at St. Peter's in Mansfield. He was in Van Wert, Ohio. He was in Fremont, Ohio.
For all you people that still defend the Catholic Church, you gotta come down on them and tell them to stop doing this. If someone's a pedophile, they gotta send them to jail. You can't keep moving them around, act like they didn't do anything wrong. It's ridiculous.
That seems to be the plan. Schools are trying to figure out what to do. You know, we're moving my son into Michigan State next week. I'm going to be gone for a couple of days. That's why. He and his friends are in a house. And I was talking to him last night. I said, you kind of ducked a bullet because we weren't real keen on him being in a house pre-COVID. We were like, why don't you just hang out in the dorms for a bit, have fun, whatever. Well, we were getting these updates from Michigan State, like a lot of parents in their respective colleges are, where they are telling the kids in the dorms to stay home. Because they're like, we're keeping an eye on what's going on, and we just can't have people in the dorms. So he and his friends in this house, I mean, obviously that comes with its own concerns.
Because it's not part of the campus, right?
It's
They're
off
just renting
campus.
a house.
It's off
Okay.
campus.
So they can't. He's not
But
going to move in. And
nobody in the dorms. So these poor kids, it just sucks.
Their whole college experience.
You're
The whole reason why
excited
you
for
go
your
away.
freshman year. Yeah, I mean, he moved out halfway through his freshman year. But these freshmen, they were planning on moving him in and doing like hybrid classes. Some schools still have people going into the dorms. Notre Dame, as soon as kids come back, it blows up. Doesn't matter what your school is.
And then there's University of Phoenix Online standing in the corner like, well.
Now.
Look who's been doing it right for such a long time.
How
Now
the
it's
Looks like we were
turntables
ahead of the
have turned.
curve.
Yeah.
Notre Dame abruptly canceled all in-person classes, and they're telling people to go remote. Yale University is taking a little bit of a different tack. They're just telling their kids to expect death. The head of the College of Psychology said that the campus of Yale, that the students should be emotionally prepared for widespread infections and possibly deaths. You should emotionally prepare for the fact that your residential college life will look more like a hospital unit than a residential college. That's one professor at one of the areas of study at Yale.
That is so not fair.
You're paying a lot of money, boy, to be told that your campus is... But again, what are they going to do?
I'm so glad I graduated. Barely, but graduated.
Can I ask you a question? What? How can we all have died at the same time? The salmon moose.
Darling, you didn't use canned salmon, did you?
I'm most dreadfully embarrassed.
And then nothing COVID related, but Clemson University found out that, they uncovered on campus an unmarked grave of former slaves that had been owned by a vice president of Clemson many, many, many years ago. By the way, Clemson Graves sounds like a Southern University president, right?
Yeah.
I'm Clemson Graves, and
we will not take down that monument.
We will not be taking down that monument.
My great-great-grandpappy put it up.
Yeah.
How many slaves did he have? Was he rich?
A couple hundred. No, they said, well, again, all these old schools, if you dig around, you're going to find something, because universities have been around for hundreds of years, and Clemson's no different. But they found an unmarked grave with a whole lot of bones in it. So now Clemson is dealing with that. That's the Clemson University Fighting Tigers, by the way, which formerly the Clemson University Notorious Tigers, but nobody liked that acronym. All right, I've got to take a break. The Bill Squire Friday Get Down is coming at you shortly. That is brought to you by Cleveland Whiskey. Whether you like it with a Y or an EY, Cleveland Whiskey is delicious. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio. WMMS.
Devotion to accuracy. Alan Poundcake's thinking of Findlay State Park. Findlay, Ohio is over by Toledo.
People were blowing me up. Yes,
I mean, I don't know. So, yeah.
I was about to say
took
that.
your word for it.
There's a Findlay
You went
State
to
Park.
UT. I figured you'd know where Findlay was.
I was going to say it, and then he jumped in, and I was like, maybe I'm wrong.
No, yeah. I was thinking Findlay State Park was in Findlay, but it's not.
I didn't know where Findlay was, so. It's where Ben Roethlisberger is from. That's his hometown. He told me one time. No. Hey. Mitch.
Hello.
Hey, Mitch, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good.
So, I wanted to say what you thought about it. It's crazy. From what I read about that priest, it's that the FBI has known about it for over 2 decades. It's like, why did they sit on it for so long?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the, when the FBI or law enforcement, they're like, look, we're not going to do anything until we've got enough to build a case. Boy, I would think before 20 years, you'd have plenty to go on, but I don't know. I'm not sure what takes them so long to do that.
I think I had read on Cleveland.com or something about it like that, where it said the FBI has known about it for 20 years, and it just shocks me that they didn't do anything about it.
Yeah. Are you all right over there?
I'm just I'm just blown away by how things work sometimes.
I just think it really comes down to they really don't want these people to get off. They really want to.
He already got off.
Yeah, but listen, they've built cases against people for other things that didn't take nearly 20 years.
But
they're not trying to build a RICO case, for the 5 families.
But the power of the church and stuff.
We need to let them molest 5 more kids, and then we got them.
We need a minimum of 6 kids.
Yeah, but these people always
Thank you, Mitch.
They always get transferred to another area.
Right, but it's 20 years ago is not the 60s.
I'm not making excuses. I'm just trying to come up
You
with
can
the reason
track
why.
somebody if they're touching kids. You can track them down and be like, okay, they moved them from here to here. And the fact that the Catholic Church even entertains that as a way of dealing with someone that's molesting children is despicable.
They were paying off lawsuits with that COVID money that they got when big companies were getting that PPP. The money that A, was supposed to go to small businesses, B, was going to the church got $1 billion that they're paying to families.
Devil, devil, go away. Devil, devil, go away. I don't want you round no more. Don't come knocking at my door. Devil, don't you come this way. Devil, devil, go away.
That should keep him away. That girl's dead now. Hey, Alan, just something to think about if you need a polar blast punishment this coming year.
Oh, honey.
I can't imagine that's going to happen. Sent me a link to Carolina Reaper Pepper Vodka.
I'm done with the Carolina Reaper. That's for y'all to try now.
He's one and done.
It's on my bucket list.
He's one and done.
Yeah.
Just to entertain people.
Nope, off my bucket list.
You don't want to have any on the bar at home just in case?
Put it in a Bloody Mary.
Other people can live your experience?
I agreed because I wanted to be a team player and I didn't have anything better. And that was before I knew.
No, we had something better and you refused.
You have a better, yes, we did have a way better punishment.
No. I can't believe that was this year.
You
That
have
seems
a
like
better
a lifetime
excuse,
ago.
Huh? Say what, Bill?
You just go, oh, I can't have that. I'm a Tito's guy.
I am a Tito's guy.
There you go.
Yeah. You see you know who Robert O'Neill is?
Yeah. The guy that shot Bin Laden.
Yeah. The
He's a
Navy's.
douchebag.
Is he?
Isn't he?
Well, I mean, listen.
He's like, oh, I'm not wearing a mask because I'm not a pussy. Yeah, he's a douchebag.
I get that part of it, but I've heard this guy in interviews. The guy, he's a Navy SEAL who killed Osama bin Laden, right?
Yeah.
Double tap to the head. So I can't besmirch the guy's reputation. This is a douchey move, but
his latest move is douchey. And I get, you have to have a certain kind of mentality to be a soldier, and I understand that, but you also have to be aware of the war that you're fighting right now. The battle that you're fighting right now is COVID. And whether or not you have it, you can spread it. It's so simple. I'm tired of talking about it.
I know, but
it's
a
ridiculous.
lot of people don't think it's that big of a thing, and he's probably one of these guys. Anyway, Bob O'Neill is the Navy SEAL who Some people say he claims he killed bin Laden. There's a little bit of gray area there, but anyway, I've heard him do interviews, and he says he's the guy. He wrote a book about it, whatever. He's been banned from Delta Airlines because he took a selfie without a mask, and the guy in the background, a guy across the aisle, wearing a Marine Corps cap and wearing a mask, and Bob O'Neill, his tweet was that I'm not a pussy, so that's why I don't wear a mask. And people are like... so they immediately drag the guy. Delta bans the guy from flying their airlines. He says obviously he was joking. He had a mask on his lap, which may be true.
But only because they probably wouldn't let him on the plane without it.
Right. But also, you still posted, I'm not a pussy, so that's why I don't wear a mask. Anyway, I got banned from Delta for posting a picture. Wow, is what he said. Yeah, that's not really why you got banned from Delta. First of all, for some people, getting banned from Delta is a blessing in disguise. Nevertheless, this is one of these things where it's like you take somebody who's got credentials in one area. No person is one thing. So you're like, okay, well, that's unfortunate. You'd like to see a guy like this who, if anybody needs to be talking to anti-maskers, it's a guy like this. Some badass should be like, hey, I'm wearing a mask, bro.
Right.
If I can do it, you can do it. Yeah.
Right, that sucks. So it's just disappointing. I had the mask in my lap. Everybody has gone crazy. So he writes this thing for the Washington Times. Look, dude, you called the guy a pussy. You said, I'm not a pussy. That's why I'm not wearing my mask. So you can't really backtrack from that.
And whether or not you had the mask in your lap, you are still sending out that message to people. So whether or not you're joking or not, they don't know the context of it from your tweet.
You're just not helping when you could help.
Yeah.
You have an opportunity to help, and you're not. Thank God it wasn't Delta flying us in when we killed bin Laden because we weren't wearing masks.
Right. Oh, jeez.
This guy's doubling down. Double tap right to your Twitter account. Well, anyway.
And then he took it down because his wife told him to.
Did she really?
Yeah. So he's not a pussy, but he is pussy whipped.
Hey, listen, Ron DeSantis, right, the single-celled organism who's the governor of Florida, this guy said we're going to send kids back to school because of bin Laden. Right? About a week or so ago, he compared teachers to the SEALs.
Martin County Superintendent Lori Gaylord told me today that she viewed reopening her schools as a mission akin to a Navy SEAL operation. Just as the SEALs surmounted obstacles to bring Osama bin Laden to justice, so too would the Martin County school system find a way to provide parents with a meaningful choice of in-person instruction or continued distance learning.
I don't know what the hell any of that means. He said the school superintendent said, this is like a SEAL operation, and then he extrapolated it from there, whatever. I think they're choppering kids into Florida schools. I think that's probably what he meant. But, what a bummer. So the guy's wife goes, take that down.
Yeah.
Right. Because you're, being a tough guy or whatever, your wife's at home going, why are people throwing eggs at the house? The first people from Sturgis with coronavirus are starting to pop up.
Oh, who would have thought?
One popped up in Nebraska. Speaking of Ohio, there is a Motley Crue tribute band in Dayton, Ohio. They're called Carnival of Sins. And they got booked to do the Sturgis rally. And these are guys with day jobs. They're in a Motley Crue cover band. They ain't rich. But they like playing rock and roll. And they were a little nervous about going to this.
Motley Crue?
Bill, you son of a bitch. Motley Crue is one of our most beloved rock and roll bands.
Yeah, the girls, right?
You think you're joking? That's one of their songs, yes.
No, I know.
Oh, I thought you were pulling a Poundcake.
No. Oh. I think that's the only Motley Crue song I know.
When Bill does Springsteen and goes,
The only song the song that broke Bruce Springsteen,
yes,
is Santa Claus is Coming to Town.
That's right. Nobody knew of him before that.
Right.
Sometimes I'm not always. Well, never mind.
I thought you were doing the bit.
Worst.
No, I thought you were doing the bit.
I almost said sometimes I'm not always sarcastic. That's the sentence I almost said.
So the guys in Carnival of Sins were a little nervous about this gig because 400,000 people were expected to show up in Sturgis, and he has COPD. But he's like, but we like playing, and we figured we'd roll the dice. So they did shows around Dayton to raise money for them to go. So they raised $3,500. They got to rent a van and hotel rooms. This is going to be a 3-day gig. So they go and they play One-Eyed Jack's Saloon in Sturgis. And it was supposed to be $5,000, which is not a ton of money, but a gig is a gig. So they drove 25 hours, and they got themselves to Sturgis.
I've driven a lot further for a lot less.
Yeah. And they said the place was packed, everything you would expect it to be. It was no masks, girls are topless, and people are spitting all whatever. Right? We're talking about one of these places had a sneezing contest, right? So they're all in on not giving a rat's ass about whatever. And this band's like, well, but it's a gig, and we're going to play and whatever. So the guy, then they play, and they're like, we had a great time. It was a lot of fun. The show was great. But then the owner of the club stiffs us. Says, I'm not paying those guys, blah, blah, blah.
That's wild.
Why, though? He didn't have a reason?
Didn't have a reason. No.
What a dick. Oh, I'd be so pissed.
Wow, you mean a bar owner in MAGA country is stiffing people? Gee, what a shock. Anywho, so he said, so we went back home to Dayton with no money. They got a call from their agent who said that the owner told them we're not paying them a dime. They're not sure why. Because two of the waitresses at this bar said that she made $70,000 in 6 days. There were so many people there. So they're like, people are making money.
What? That seems impossible.
So now they are saying that it's karma that the South Dakota Department of Health issued a press release that this bar ended up being ground zero for coronavirus in South Dakota. It's not karma, though. It's science.
Yes.
And he should
He's
be
like,
nervous.
karma. Well,
he was there.
Yeah, well, I know. I do believe in karma. Do you believe in science, sir? Karma. So yeah, now everybody's
$70,000. What?
Everybody's all over this bar now because they're going to be testing city workers in Sturgis, and then first responders and people who work at this place and whatever.
I mean,
the guys in this band said they feel fine. They're like, we haven't felt anything, but he's like, but we didn't get paid. And blah, blah, blah. So exactly what everyone said would happen is happening, obviously, because you don't have to be a scientist to figure that out.
Super spreader event.
But imagine
maybe
that,
that's
boy,
how
like,
she got it. $70,000.
Super
being a
spreader?
super spreader. I mean, if you've seen any of the photos from this event, it is, don't get me wrong, looks like a great time.
If they were like, you can come work one day and you'll make $12,000, would you do it?
Because it's a 10-day
you don't
event.
Need that money.
No, because what if you end up in the hospital and your bill is $70,000? This isn't England, you're going to pay $75,000 if you're on a respirator.
Yeah.
Now, listen, you play the odds. What are the odds you're going to end up like that if you're a 22-year-old waitress in Sturgis?
You're behind the bar with a mask on, maybe.
Very low. Oh, there's nobody in a mask here. Nobody. Listen, if this owner is stiffing bands, right, he's not going to, but make sure that you're wearing a mask. Got to keep people safe. But I'm curious why he stiffed these guys.
We'll get the story.
But imagine you're like these are just...
They didn't play Kickstart My Heart, so I said, I'm not paying you.
These guys are regular dudes. When you're playing in a Dayton, Ohio Motley Crue tribute band, it's like a Mad Libs thing. And you get this gig, you're like, yeah, cool. We would like to play in front of 500,000 people. Yes.
That's so wrong.
We would like to do that. For $5,000. Like, that's walking around money for an event like this, and the guy stiffed him.
Wow.
The bass player's day job is he's a truck driver who delivers pet supplies. He said, I'm 45. I like to play, and this was an opportunity to play.
You think they know Dick? They're in the music scene in Dayton.
Oh, maybe so. Yeah. Hey, have you guys ever heard of you ever opened for the Kettering Banjo Society?
Right.
Right.
We know their president.
I think the Kettering Banjo Society opens for them. They have like 90 people in their band.
I don't know about that. Yeah, Carnival of Sins, I know them.
They have 90-year-old people in their band.
Could you imagine Dick headbanging? Like he has his Lowe's hat on and just going to town.
It's a little heavy for me.
If they ever need a banjo player, tell them to hit me up. But you do a series of shows so that you can crowdfund your trip. And then they stiff you.
Do you sue?
Oh, I doubt it.
No.
No, it's going to cost you more money than... What, are you going to crowdfund your legal defense? The bar ended up being a huge bar on the main drag of Sturgis. 4 bars on the ground floor alone with scantily clad women. One girl was topless except for a candy bra that she was wearing.
That's the one who made $70K.
Yeah. Other bartenders were hopping on the counter and twerking for patrons. The band's contract, they were supposed to get a free meal, and they never got those. They were supposed to get free drinks, never got those. They wanted a bottle of water, and they were charged $6 a piece.
This guy's a dirtbag.
So they're getting jacked from the jump here.
But they had a contract.
They have an agent.
Yeah.
This is why you get an agent. So this kind of stuff doesn't happen.
Why do you have an agent when you're a Dayton Crew cover band?
It's somebody's cousin who sends the emails. That's all that it is. But either way.
I guess so. Alan, I don't care what that guy did. He killed Bin Laden. That's what a lot of people think. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you can be one way on one thing and be another thing on another thing. I'm sure there are plenty of guys in the military who think you're a pussy if you wear a mask. I doubt that that's all that weird. This guy just felt compelled to post a photo of it. It's just that the guy behind him had on a U.S. Marine Corps cap on and a mask. Looked like an older guy, by the way. So probably been out of the Corps for longer than this guy. So whatever. Is it time to get the weekend going?
It is.
And I don't mean the singer The Weekend. I mean the calendar weekend.
No, it's time for the weekend.
Everybody have a drink, have a drink, have a drink on me. Everybody have a drink on me. Hey, hey, everybody drink on me. Brother Leslie, how?
The Bill Squire Friday Get Down is brought to you by Cleveland Whiskey. That's Cleveland Whiskey. Are you ready, William?
Let's do it.
It's
Friday! It's been a long week and you need to relax right now. You want to pour yourself a glass of Cleveland whiskey. Pull down your mask, take a sip, and enjoy your weekend. Don't be afraid to wear a mask because somebody says it makes you less of a man. Be a mask wearer, mask wearer, mask wearer! It's Friday!
The Bill Squire Friday Get Down. Unbelievable. My goodness. It's brought to you by Cleveland Whiskey, by the way. Go to clevelandwhiskey.com. You can get recipes. You can get all kinds of amazing, delicious things to do with Cleveland Whiskey. You can figure out where to buy it. They've got merch. Still making hand sanitizer for the Cleveland Clinic, doing their part. Available, by the way, to our listeners in Rhode Island and New Hampshire as well. You can get Cleveland Whiskey. All right, let me take a break here. We'll get our final break in. Tribe pregame is coming up at 6:30, along with your last chance today to win yourself some money and go fund yourself. You want to get the last word in, shoot me a text. That is 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And every